Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's another Westerosi weekend. It is good to see ya. I hope everybody is having a spoopy Halloween, or a blessed Sovereign, or a happy whatever, because I know that it's a holiday in lots of different places in lots of different ways. And whatever it is, I hope you're having a good one. Even if you don't even care, I hope you're just having a good day. Because, gosh darn it, it's 2020 Electric Boogaloo, because it's 2021, but it's like the sequel to 2020, so it's technically 2022. But anyways, everything's awful, so if you're having a good day, think good. Don't you make that face at me, Felicia. I'll go in the other room, punch you right in the boob. So, we are
Wow.
back and playing
And that's a promise.
Yeah! We are playing some Game of Thrones
Like
today.
and subscribe if you want to.
Yeah, that's our different channel. That's our no fans. So we are back with some Game of Thrones today. We are making our way through a sort of preparatory, celebratory week leading up to the wedding of one Rhaena Nymaryen, the eldest of the player characters, and she is marrying Willis Tyrell, the eldest of the Tyrell siblings and heir to Highgarden. So the players are kind of being hustled and bustled around Highgarden this week and doing a bunch of kind of fancy, semi-formal social events to show off the beauty of the Reach. They went on a lovely little trip on a pleasure barge down the River Mander, and then they went hawking. Felicia, you're still muted. And then they went hawking um, with some of the ladies that they had met last time that enjoyed going hawking and riding with them. And today, it is going to be the hunt. But before this hunt kicks off, uh, real quick, so that Ash can then adjust his lighting and get more comfortable in his own home, let's take a look at the super cool pumpkin that Ash carved.
Just make sure I'm getting it.
Oh, spoopy!
I don't know.
So
I can't tell if it's centered right now. So
It's not.
yeah, it's
It
close
works.
enough.
Yeah.
That's
So,
awesome.
check
I
out the
still love that so much.
Great.
super cool House Nymaryen.
I have
Uh,
complaints.
Yeah, that
Excellent.
had to get shown off. So now that it's been shown off, Ash can turn on a light so he doesn't trip or anything, and just
but
sit
it's,
there.
it's still gonna be. It's gonna be here, just kind of by my side. So like,
Yeah.
it's. You
It's
know, it's
great.
there if we need it.
So, and then as just a bit of forewarning, there is the possibility, however slim, that any of us could end up getting some trick-or-treaters while we are streaming. So
Only if the automated defense system fails.
yeah, I said slim. So you know, I didn't say it was good odds. I said it was a slim odds. So yeah, if somebody has to run AFK for a minute to give candy to strangers, just
That's where all my natural light is coming from. Is because I have the traps open on the front window.
yeah, so she can try to keep an eye out. But those are our only concessions to the season, because it is not autumnal in the Reach. You guys are still, just freaking summertime. So you're hanging out in the Reach. And today is the hunt, which is gonna be bunch of brosifs. So it's due today. Yesterday with the hawking, you had mostly women. The ones that you guys had been hawking with in the past were all kind of return customers. And you had a handful of other people there, but it was kind of a hawking reunion with the gals that hawked with you during Adam's name day tourney. But the hunt is something all the guys have been looking forward to, um, because it's this famous, fertile countryside of the Reach, and they know that the woods are full of boar and deer and all kinds of good stuff. So they
Ask a
are
question.
all looking forward to it. And yes, you may.
What kind of
Yeah.
hunting is this? Is this
What?
from spears from horseback kind of hunting?
mostly. Like that's the assumption is that you're riding out there with spears, and some squires and men at arms will be beating the brush to send stuff towards you. But it's a lot of people at this sort of shindig, so there could be a lot of different types of hunting going on. It could be big fat boar spears from on foot. It could be little nimbly rabbits with a bow and arrow. It's hunting. Whatever type of hunting you want, the Reach has.
Okay. Okay.
And hi, Aster. It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, so the hunt is going to be all booked up because there tends to be more guys than gals in Game of Thrones, just canonical character wise. So it's a pretty big group, and this is macho and martial enough a sport that the all the dudes are kind of expected to be in on it. So you've got a lot of people. So there's going to be multiple hunting parties. Again, people not with you today are still here, and they're still having a good time this week, and you are still socializing with them at meals. Like you're not nobody's like ignoring anyone this week. The assumption is that you are all being polite and civil to people, right? But let's get ready for some hunting. Let's go from oldest to youngest, so Ash can try to finish eating. So Reyna, you are up first, getting ready for the hunt. You are hanging out with your husband Willis, who again
We're
is
not
with
married
you.
yet.
He will be soon. He's basically close enough. But yeah, you'll be hanging out with your betrothed Willis, and lots of knights are coming and going and like thanking him, and he's commenting on their hounds. Like they've got their hunting dogs ready, or they're riding a fine horse, and a lot of them are stopping by, um, and complimenting on that. Who do you specifically see getting ready to gear up and go riding with you guys on this hunt? And or do you have an outfit that you wanted to like pick out and show off? So outfit and or chosen guest, the outfit part's optional, not because you're hunting naked, but because if you want, you could just say I am dressed appropriately for the hunt.
Okay, but I get bonuses if I hunt naked. Does that do?
Different
Is
kind of
it
hunting.
mandatory clothes or?
Different kind of hunting.
Mandatory clothes. I don't. Her outfit is basically like a light armor kind of setup with high boots, but it's all like leathers and instead of her plate or half plate or a breastplate
Right.
or whatever.
So martial looking, but appropriate for the weather and not
Boars
militant.
have tusks. People have died while hunting.
Sounds like paranoia to me. There's no way anybody could get hurt in a hunting accident in Game of Thrones. Just talking crazy.
So I have like a quiver of spears. They're not javelins, they're spears.
Right.
I do not throw things unless it's a fit. She doesn't throw those so much anymore. She kind of outgrew those. But and so she's basically keeping it simple. Colors are wine with some gold.
Okay.
And but it's that wine, that dark, that leather where it's like the brown is so rich, it's almost red. That chestnutty color.
Yeah.
And also, she does have her sword on her hip today because, again, some of these critters are not the kind that just let you kill them.
Yeah, and you're out riding in the countryside, and it's it's allowed.
We're not hanging out in the gardens.
The sword is kind of the sidearm in this society, and you Dornish women are quirky enough, but also important enough to this party that you're able to get by, by bringing your sword places most people can't. So, all right, sounds like some practical hunting wear.
And the person that I need to have on this particular ride today know I need to talk to her, Rusty. Okay, Aunt Elia.
All right. Aunt Elia,
Sandstorm.
who is
Not
the head
cousin
of
Elia.
House Sandstorm. For new viewers, this is not their aunt by blood, quite. She was fighting in Robert's Rebellion and was in love with uh, the player character's uncle, who died in the fighting. And they kind of posthumously had Elia marry him. It was some
Alan.
chicanery. Um, and yeah, so granddad and your septon, yeah, Uncle Alan, Alyn, were the ones that kind of lied about it after the fact and said nope, like they got married. They
We
were
all
wed.
saw. Who
Yeah,
questions it?
they were wed before she was sent home, so that way she got some land and got taken care of and all that. So, and she is also a fearsome archer in her own right, who slew many a Stormlander during Robert's Rebellion, and is taught the famed Adam the Archer of House Nymaryen. Um,
And she's
so,
very active.
very active physically and sexually. And yeah, that's part
Not
of
not
what's
not lately.
so that's part of what's making
I
this
don't know. Orin Waters
conversation.
is here. Maybe lately.
I feel
Oh,
like
she's
you're
gonna go
really
back to that.
I feel like
Stuck
you're
with that
really
particular.
stuck on Orion Waters. Like she had a one-off fling, and I think you've mentioned it more than anyone else. Got some sort of complex
upset with
going.
it.
He's my
Apparently, it
rival.
did. How dare my aunt and uncle have sex that
Right?
way?
I know it sounds normal when he says it, but you gotta listen. It's not that normal.
Yeah, it's a whole different uncle. It's a whole different aunt. It's weird.
It's wrong because I tells you wrong. They're all making me sound crazy, but I'm right.
All right, so Aunt Elia is ready to go. She is wearing standard Dornish wear. She's not got armor on. She's wearing a not quite a chest wrapping like a binder, but like a Westerosi tech level sports bra, right? And like that's it for her top. She's complaining about how it's a little chilly today for a hunt, but she's refusing to put on like a real shirt, right? She's like, no,
That's where I got
someone.
that from. By
Are
the
you
way.
sure it's
Like,
not related to us?
yeah, she's like, someone tell me it's inappropriate, right? Like that's the look on her face. But she's like dressed for a hunt in Dorne. Um, and yeah, and she's got a quiver on her hip, and she's got a quiver hanging from her saddle horn. So like she's ready if a war starts. Which one of the
Well,
odds?
handy.
And yeah, so she's just she's looking ready to go. Isn't commenting much, but you can tell she's kind of in her chip on her shoulder stance, like she's daring anybody to say, "Oh, you're just a lady. You're not supposed to go on the hunt." Like that's why she's getting ready loudly,
All bowed up.
right? And she's making a big kind of show of it. So, all right, that takes care of Raina, the heir to House Nymaryen. How about Bela, Swan of Will, our second born? How's she looking today, and who does she see getting ready to go on the hunt with you?
Quickly before the image passes the screen, what you see right now is what she's wearing. A little bit more like a Witcher type look. I've
Way
been
down in the
nervously
corner.
trying to like time between it switching between the images, and
Yeah.
sometimes like your long descriptions were like make it sync up when I thought you were about to transitions, and sometimes it
Yep.
didn't. So unfortunately, the image isn't on there anymore, but it will be back in
Right away.
half a minute. But
Yeah, you got
yeah,
this on.
so it's kind of like a Witcher type look with long riding pants and a top that's kind of like an undershirt, but like with a leather like bustier, and then transition to like a long skirt, but with a big cut up the middle that allows you to ride on a horse just fine. She has her spear, of course, and um, probably a sword on the horse as well, just in case. But almost certainly she won't need that under any circumstance.
Yeah, just on principle,
Yeah,
right? Just like
it came with the horse. So
yeah, like the horse can carry another weapon. I will carry another weapon with it. Yeah. So
It's
all right.
accessorizing for
Yeah.
new horses in
Yeah,
Westeros.
it's normal
When
stuff.
you go to the new horse lot.
yeah,
Yeah, it comes standard. You got that new saddle smell, and
yeah.
The thing is, though, they make you upgrade to the extra pouches if you want the electronics package. It's kind of a scam, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is totally a scam.
and who does Bela see getting ready for the hunt?
Well, besides my hubby, which of course would have been
Yeah.
there with me, I'm going to say another one of our bannermen, Sir Adam Bridington, is with us as well.
I see.
Okay. For new viewers, Sir Adam Bridington is another older and veteran of Robert's Rebellion, and he's kind of a grizzled old Liam Neeson type, and he is the one that was one of the chief writing trainers to the young scions of House Nymaryen, the player characters. He was a veteran of Robert's Rebellion and lots of other stuff too. But he is an old widower. And partially due to that, grandfather has not pressured Adam Bridington to like remarry. Grandfather's kind of just respected his loss, and has never really pressured him. But he's getting on in years, and it's time. So the Nymaryen children are trying to kind of get some betrothals in a row. So there might just be a conversation with Sir Adam about the future of the lands that he is in charge of. Sounds like that might just happen today. So all right, we are stacking things with potentially uncomfortable conversations, the best kind. So Luke, you are next in line in age. Got a cool hunting outfit, and who are you seeing? That's
I've got
ready
a
to go.
very casual outfit. I am wearing kind of the very similar to what we saw Oberyn and Jordan wear in the show. The kind of like very robe-like, sheeny, kind of shiny outer robe thing. His is going to be gold with silver inlays, kind of like a paisley pattern and various floral patterns. At his side is his short sword, and he's got with him his spear. He would have invited or actually inquired whether Lady Valena was going to go.
They are making an allowance for Lady Valena as your betrothed, and they're like, well, we're letting these other two Dornish women, or other three Dornish women, go hunting. Like, fine, I guess we'll just let the Dornish do whatever they want.
They'll just
They
fucking
said-
do whatever. Fucking. What's
That's
next?
For the
ladies will
record,
marry
though,
each other.
there is no sign of Elia Sand, for the record, your cousin. You guys have not seen her since her big arrival.
I guess for my who I spot, it was oh shit, what was his first name? The Lannister you guys want to hook Aunt Elia with? Davin. I will see him nearby to add to the awkwardness.
All right.
Thank you so much. This is the fuck over Raina ride.
It has to
Sometimes
happen
you
at some
send-
point.
When you send,
Married some, you could have married some nobody and avoided it.
when you send out ravens, they eventually return. That's all.
If you don't want the responsibility, you shouldn't have been born first. That's just how this works.
Should have chosen a different order.
So, all right, that leaves the baby of the party who is done eating his dinner. What even time is it? Is it dinner time? 'Cause
Well,
isn't
right
it
now
like
it's 20
breakfast?
Right now it's 7:20, but yeah, I was eating a donut.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
have another
well,
donut, but it's waiting for after I finish.
so eating his donuts for dinner is
Well,
that.
I had some pasta before we went on the call. Just
All right, all right.
Cookies for breakfast?
Just living the
you,
dream.
you saw me eating it.
We did.
Uh, so
I figure if like we can sip drinks, I can have a little nibble.
yeah.
This is
So what is Adam's fancy hunting outfit, and who does Adam see getting ready to go for the ride with you lot?
And hunting. Adam's hunting outfit is quite simple compared to what he usually wears. I mean, it's still fancy, but it's not sort of glimmering as much as he normally would, because he's trying to, hunt things. So he's more in like kind of earth tones, so like dark green wool and dark brown soft leather for kind of protection and motion. But there's like a kind of splash of color in a kind of russet colored shirt, like a kind of orangey red brown. So that's just kind of sort of poking out from the top and kind of from between like the laces of the jerkin. And he has on like a kind of small, like fairly simple silver brooch in the shape of a bow and arrow. So, and of course, a fabulous cloak because that's what he does. A lovely, like dark, like very rich dark green cloak with like a little bit of kind of fancy stitching. But yeah, he's gone quite subtle today to be more effective at hunting, because it turns out hunting comes off survival and not like marksmanship, which is a problem because Adam's good at one of these things, not the other.
Yeah, hunting has its own thing. You know.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same boat. My spear skills are amazing, but I guess I'm not used to the way like rabbits dodge and shit.
Well,
Like,
it's
or it just means you're not good at finding the game.
Well, that's,
Like-
that's kind of the problem. Like, I think Hunt is kind of geared more towards like tracking and things, whereas like he can point a bow at a moving target and hit it. Like
if they would just like put the game in a box, we'd be fine.
I said this to Rusty earlier, but like hawking and hunting, all of that in Westeros, it's like the golfing of Westeros.
Oh yeah, it's just an excuse to mingle
Right?
a network, really.
Well, the thing is, like he's supposed to be good at hunting as well. It's not put the game in a box. He has hit like fast moving living targets before.
It makes sense that way,
right,
doesn't it?
but that's-
because like it was marksmanship. It's like if you do it, like if he's doing it during a battle, it's marksmanship. If he's doing it, like if he's hunting animals in the woods, it's not. His marksmanship means nothing.
Again, it's the hunting skill is the ability to find the game and to do this sort of thing in thick woods and so like everybody here has a really high fighting score, but that doesn't mean all these knights that you're going hunting with are all coming back with
See, I think this is where the
deer
game system.
stuck on a spear. It's
I
just,
think this is where the game system allows for flexibility in that it's like it's not perfect, but where it's like, okay, well, may I roll my bow specialty with hunting?
and times like that will probably happen since you guys aren't specifically hawking.
Now
like
you're
you were.
limited by your rank and ice you can take, but it's,
But yeah, it's part of the system. Hunting is its own skill, and you guys aren't very good at it.
I live in a city. I have an excuse.
Yeah, which a lot of nobles aren't, because it's not like most nobles don't hunt because they need to. They hunt to socialize, and they hunt to show off that they're allowed to hunt in these woods. Like it's just.
I think that the golf analogy Felicia made is perfect, because it's not only that, but it's like, oh, well, we can afford to golf at the club, and we're just out hanging out and talking and.
Yeah.
We come from a wealthy house. It's like not like we can't afford to hunt.
Right.
Right.
Well,
but-
that isn't to say we couldn't have been good hunters.
I didn't actually mean for like us to get hung up on it. I just wanted to have a little vent about like my skills not being like where I wanted them to be. That's all it was. I wasn't trying to like demand a rules change or anything.
No, I think it's fine. It's just a fun little discussion about rules, quirks,
because it's everybody. It's not just Adam. It's just So who does Adam see preparing for the hunt and riding with you lot today?
Is there anyone that Reyna wants Adam to talk to? Because I know that like we've been kind of tag teaming a little bit on some of the conversations. Is there anyone you want me to delegate to, or anyone you want to delegate me to?
Yeah, I was gonna delegate you to Adam.
Oh, okay.
but you can. They've already gotten. They've gotten Davin, and I got Elia, and then we got Paddington.
Are our strategic people all taken care of?
For this, I think that's enough of the crappy yes, for
Okay.
one ride.
That's
Pick
right.
your troll pick. Pick your troll pick.
So you can
I
pick
have
whatever
some-
the hell you want.
I had some damage limitation in mind, so I was going to if I'm not needed for like if I'm not needed to like pick another strategic person, I'm gonna go with that and pick oh I actually like don't right I'm kind of torn between two people. I'm torn between Sir Loris and Ned, but I don't know if either of them actually like hunting.
You can have both of them here if you guys want. I'm trying to set a minimum on you guys because
Oh.
sometimes making you roleplay is pulling fucking teeth. So that's why everybody has to pick at least one NPC. But if you guys want more than one, that's certainly allowed.
I don't think I've ever been guilty of
I
that.
said-
but
No, that's true.
I said sometimes.
I'm the one who
Right.
usually needs to shut up.
So,
Okay,
Sir
I'm going-
Loris Tyrell and
Dolores and Edric Dane.
yeah,
And they're kissing? What?
No.
No.
No, not my
No.
fiance.
all right then. You guys have a few bonus members then, because on top of your picks, you also have Septon Jim from back home, because he and Sir Adam tend to hang out together a lot and do stuff, along with Sir Loris and Lord Edric Dane. You have a couple other Stormlanders coming with you, because Edric Dane is, of course, the squire to Beric Dondarrion. And Beric Dondarrion is hanging out with his Lord Renly Baratheon, the Lord of the Stormlands, who just happens to be coming with you guys on this hunting trip. So,
We can't get away from Baratheons. It's just our
You're
thing.
just giving him to me for free. Great, love it.
Yeah.
so you guys,
Friendly.
get to go riding in the woods with an armed Aunt Elia and the Lord of the Stormlands.
Hey, it'll be fine.
No way, this'll turn
Well,
scandalous.
this isn't how I wanted the revolution to start, but if we have to do it,
Oh man, just the perfect study in things I didn't think about that I probably should have.
yeah, I don't know why you all don't consider Aunt Elia seething rage at every
well, I mean,
one
it was
is related to that faction.
I mean, it was either that or bring fucking Grandpa and Olenna, and that was gonna be worse.
And they were kissing.
I mean, that's probably why they're not here.
They're like fucking kids. We have
All right.
tackle
What's
for
next to
ourselves.
do? Get lost.
So,
Off.
this group of dozens of knights and lords from throughout the Reach, the Stormlands, several from the Westerlands, and a surprising handful from Dorne. Everyone's getting saddled up, the ones that are choosing to ride. Some are choosing, they're more kind of, oh, we're rough and tough, and we're doing it on our own 2 feet. You see the Strongboar bragging about how they're going to change his name to Three Boars by the end of the day. And he's out there with one of these huge boar spears on his own 2 feet. And he and Oris are boasting at one another as they're getting ready to go for a walk instead of using their horses. And so, there's groups
We get it,
of
Paul.
there's groups of knights, scattered around, and kind of splitting up into their little groups. And you guys, Uncle Orain Waters has begged off He is feeling unwell. Last night's wine did not agree with him.
Of course, it
He
didn't
was
agree with
he
him.
was trying wine until he found some agreeable stuff, and by then it was too late. So he's not going. But like an awful lot of your guests are absolutely going riding and going hunting and stuff. But this is the little knot that's kind of grown up around you lot. Um, by just kind of getting ready at the same time and chatting a bit as you're saddling up, etc., etc. And so off you go. Uh, as expected, the countryside is basically Disney-esque, right? We're talking just like it's gorgeous here. It's gorgeous countryside. It is very very rich and fertile compared to Dorne. It is more pleasant weather than farther north. It's less hilly than the Westerlands. There's just a few gentle rolling hills, enough to, provide uh, a little, uh, texture the to the bite, is what I want to say. But like, like the texture in food that adds something. So there's just a little bit of hill here to keep it from being, boring
Right.
and flat. Um, and it's like just overgrown enough. You know that their gamekeepers and their wardens are working overtime, and that everything is perfect. Um, and yeah, it's just lovely countryside. And you guys have your bellies full of tasty food. You've got rashers of bacon and some thin slices of ham and like scones and hearty biscuits and some sweet jams. And it's just like, yummy breakfast. Everything's great. We know there's going to be another like big ass picnic lunch. It's going to be dope. Let's go for a ride with our friends and frolic in the woods. Uh, and off you go. Let's get those hunting dice out for a quick first frolic test. And let's just see how like the opening bit of the day turns out.
Well, I don't have any dice in Frolic.
That's hard to believe.
I may actually have dice in Frolic, but I definitely don't have any in Survival.
Well, I mean, you always start with 2. Like everything's a base of 2.
No, I took a thing.
Yeah, she
Oh
took
wow,
her,
okay.
took her survival down. She's like,
Yeah.
no, I am spoiled. I am
That was my
comfortable.
entire purpose in
That
that.
is fair enough.
Yep, just to
She doesn't
show.
hunt for herself.
Just like, I have
Golfing.
people for that.
For survival, may I use my spear bonus or any part of it?
We're actually gonna stick with hunt for now.
Just for hunt. Okay.
For this first roll, we
Yeah,
might mix it up later on, but on this kind of first one, everyone is doing things the fancy way.
Yeah, you're tracking. There's tracking the prey, and then there's actually hitting it with a weapon. And those are
Oh, but you don't use awareness notice for that.
that's the first and second stage, sort of thing. From what you said, anyway.
I am aware how it works.
Just stay the hell away from Morris because he makes a lot of noise.
My
Spear bonus.
in the beginning is not great. I got a 4 altogether.
All right, 1 second as I finish with the NPCs.
Yeah, I'll be staying away from my brother. Who's making lots of noise.
Yeah.
We saw me try to stealth into a place before. It didn't work out that good.
Yeah, and you weren't wearing anything then.
Adam would be
I was
actively
not.
maneuvering. Sorry.
I just said I was not.
So yeah, Adam would be actively trying to maneuver near the people who are like clearly taking it like
Seriously.
and like actually trying to be stealthy. He wants to be in with that crowd, not these fucking casuals.
All right, so what do we got, Reyna?
2.
Killing it.
I'm actually feeling good about my roll. I was like, oh, my roll's rubbish, and now I feel better.
I mean, you should.
Bela, what did we land on?
I'm getting my good rolls out of the way. I have a 15.
Holy shit!
All right.
Yes.
Wow.
Luke, I believe it was a 4.
4.
Did you say? Killing it. Adam.
10.
Nice.
Okay. So, in this first kind of madcap rush, you guys come across a pair of fat boars. And there's the scramble through the brush of keeping up with them. And in the rush of it, Bela, you find yourself with your spear in hand, and you are able to pin one of the boar to the forest floor, and it's kicking up leaves and loam and all that. And Renly Baratheon, who also had a 15, comes along and finishes it off with his own spear thrust. So you two are able to get one of the boars.
Damn it, if I'd got a 15, I could have had that homoerotic encounter.
And we reached out and held hands as we finished the boar off.
And Adam, with your 10, you are able to stick a boar with an arrow, but these things are beasts, and it's not the kill shot that you had hoped. So you hear it kind of wailing in anger and outrage, and it goes squealing through some brush, and then it stops abruptly as you see the blur of another arrow joining yours as Aunt Elia gets the kill
Of course.
on that boar. So that was our top 4, and I figured I'd have them group up and pair off. So one boar gets speared twice, one boar gets a couple of arrows in it, and you guys are off to a rushed start. So some early
Right.
progress with some decent rolls. And then we're gonna chill for a little bit and just see who's hanging out with who. Who wants to do some talking, you guys?
I'm going to approach Lady Blair, which I assume I've been riding with most of the time.
Yes.
Milady, this reminds me, I have a gift for you should we return from this hunt alive. So I imagine we will.
I plan to. What is it that reminds you of the gift? The boar or your aunt?
The violence in general, I suppose.
Such a poet I am betrothed to.
Indeed.
Well, should we make it home alive, you'll have to gift it to me then.
Well, I suppose I will.
I'll be careful not to let some reach rabbit spook my horse, or to go riding off a cliff. I hear that sort of thing happens here.
I've also heard that. It would be a shame if you rode off a cliff. I'd have to go after you, and I don't much care for going off a cliff either.
Well then, we'll both have to mind our feet, or hooves, or both.
All of it, I suppose.
And she's all like, everything up here is so wet. 'Cause it rained some yesterday after you guys got back from walking, so it's at that stage where just all the undergrowth, as you brush past it, is, the cold wet. Like, that's not an issue indoor. So
We will see, my lady. We will see.
she's a little uncomfortable and choosing to ignore your wishes. So, all right, we've got a little Luke Velena action. Anybody else want to talk to anybody?
Yeah, I'll talk to Renly, and I'll ride up to him after we had snagged the boar, and I'll say, good job following up my strike. Seems that we teamed up to take down the boar.
Well struck. I don't doubt you would have slain it in due time, but you made it easy for me. Held it quite still. The dying prey is the easiest to finish off, so thank you for making me look good, my lady.
It was my pleasure. It darted real good at first, and just gotta make sure that that first strike can hamper. It's like hunting. I hear my brothers say if you can hurt it, you can then track it for a while to put in the killing blow. So we just finished it quicker, I guess.
Indeed. Fine sport here in the Reach. I've been hunting in the woods around Highgarden a time or two in the past, and it's always a pleasure. And you guys, for the record, like, you've got, like, squires and stuff, they're taking care of it. Like, so none of you are, like, dressing the game or whatever. You're just like, yeah, I looked awesome. Anyways, come here, peasant. Right? And, like there's squires.
Don't eat it, though, peasant.
Yeah, there's, like, squires and game wardens and stuff that are, taking care of it, and they clean off your spears and give them back to you. And then, like, yeah, they've got, wardens and stuff that are stripping the animals down and taking them back to Highgarden or whatever. So you guys aren't having to actually get your hands dirty or whatnot. But yeah, so Renly is as affable as he usually is. See? But
So easy to get along with.
for most people, yes. So yeah, he gives you a warm and open smile and says, I'm afraid for any boar or bandit near Castle Will, especially with Balin having his fancy new sword.
Yeah, it is not a good time to cross us in our own territory.
Nor shall it be for generations untold.
We've already managed to beat back their number quite a bit over the past few months, and I imagine it won't be long before there won't be any in the area for quite some time.
And he gives you this kind of warm, big brotherly smile, and it's like, and my congratulations. Sir Balin is a fine knight.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a fantastic knight and hubby as well.
That's what I feel like. He's a fantastic lover.
I tried not to say that specifically.
I was waiting.
That was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic knight. Yes.
I like him very much.
Yes.
And the people have taken well to him at Castle Will, and they don't take well to outsiders, but I think he's grown on them quite well.
And he's getting back up on his horse and all that. He's like, good, yes. He's been a good friend and companion here in the north, and I'm glad to see that he's settling in the south as well as he is. Though with a prize such as you to lure him there, I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, there's still a couple of things he's getting used to. Those dragon peppers still elude him a little bit, but I can't fault him too much.
I don't doubt in time he'll tame them.
I don't doubt it either. We have practice from our youth, and even the babes get small doses to make them tough as they grow up.
Stop eating like a legend. They rub dragon papers and peppers on their teeth so the babes are inoculated against them.
Yeah. So Lord Barrick and Sir Loras come over not too long afterwards, along with your hubby, the Stormlander, Balin Swan. And they're all looking a little hangdog. They were all single-digit rolls. And, the one that they went after in some other direction got away. So those three come back and are, companionable with you and Renly, and they appropriately ooh and ah at the boar, etc., etc., etc.
What about Aunt Elia?
Well, Aunt Elia is over there with Adam, and she is currently critiquing his form. And she's like, "Oh, did all this underbrush get in the way? I think I only made the shot because I could hear the stupid thing. Even the animals here are fat and weird."
Yes, I'm used to hunting in snow and rocky terrain. The underbrush is a bit. Um, I need to practice more.
These Reachlanders, more concerned with how their woods look than being able to shoot in them.
Well, I mean they're very pleasant, and I'm sure one can get used to hunting in them. Just we are not accustomed yet.
Bah.
And I get the impression you do not care to become.
No, I think the only hunting I'll do this far north would be Reachlanders and Stormlanders. But
So-
I suppose that's not to be these days.
That's right.
Look, with the less than ideal circumstances taken into account, did I otherwise do well?
I suppose we killed it. That's what matters. We had a better day than that stupid beast.
That's, you know what? I hadn't thought about it that way. That's yeah. And well, we get to try again, I suppose. What's wrong? You seem like
Chill in the air. Everything up here's cold and wet.
you could borrow my cloak if you like.
No,
No.
So you are shivering like a principal. Is that it?
I am not shivering. I am complaining. There's a difference. And she kind of straightens up a bit. If I wear a cloak, they'll think I'm covering myself for their sense of modesty. I am not.
I see.
And besides, it's your fancy cloak that goes with your fancy outfit. I will wear my leathers and rags. I am, after all, only a Dornish bastard girl,
Well, I mean,
says chip on her shoulderly.
with lands, though, you.
That does not matter much to some of our hosts, I think.
Well, I mean, you don't strike me as someone who would care that much about what they think.
I don't, and that's why I'm wearing what I want instead of what they want me to.
Did Lady Olenna put out clothing for you as well?
She did, and I also put it out through the window. Some peasant girl on the north side of the castle will be very finely dressed. I'm giving back to the people. I thought House Tyrell was generous with their small folk. The old hag should not complain then.
I mean, I'm sure she will, but you'll probably not be the brunt of it.
Nope, I believe I shan't.
Next time we go to see grandfather, we'll probably get a tongue lashing on your behalf.
Let her and Makey do with their tongues what they will in privacy. And she says Makey like it's a curse.
Oh, this conversation about the Lannisters didn't go so well.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure how to extricate myself from that conversation. So, like, Adam will find something polite to say about how he needs to be over here, and
As you're getting ready to,
especially if he's seeing Reyna approaching.
yeah, as you're getting ready to kind of break off, Edric Dane comes trotting up, looking rather crestfallen, because he was not able to snag anything, and he is making appropriately impressed faces at the boar that's being field dressed and stuff by some wardens, and then he's like, I went running off to the left because I heard a thing, and I barely even saw it before. And then he kind of sulks and thumbs over his shoulder behind him, and you see Davin Lannister overseeing a pair of game wardens that are seeing to a deer that he downed.
Well, that's all right. Then there'll be other opportunities. We
Like-
could team up if you like for the next try.
I feel like we'd better. The Dornish blades are supposed to be quick, and I don't know. Westerland's blades are supposed to be what gilded, slow,
Expensive?
but
What?
yeah. we-
Sorry, like Ned, what the fuck are you talking about?
I need to do better. In all the songs, the Dornish blades are swift and sure, and
Well-
I didn't even get a stab at anything.
Well, I mean, my aunt had to help me kill that one.
Right, but then Dornish arrows were swift and sure.
Well, I mean, it's the songs. There's a degree of sophistry involved. It doesn't mean that literally every strike is going to be a killing blow. I mean, you know that, right? Not like they can't all be winners. It's
Supposed
fine.
to.
Ugh, you're being too hard on yourself as usual. And I know how to recognise that because I do it to myself.
I was about to say, look who's talking.
Well, so how about we will team up for the next one, and we'll be very quiet, and we'll get one. Okay?
Brave.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
You'll be fine. You'll be all right.
So,
And
yeah,
by the way, I don't know if you. I mean, you probably know by now, but our cousin showed up unannounced and looks really intent on causing trouble. So I would strongly advise you stay away from her.
Lady Lance did make a rather noisy arrival yesterday, I hear. Yes.
Yes, I know that you had previously expressed an interest, and I probably should have warned you off back then.
She's a fierce Dornish woman, he says, casting a very sidelong look at your aunt who's not far away. And those fierce Dornish women are proud and strong and
I mean,
beautiful
hot.
as the desert sun. And
she's also. I mean, she's also trouble, and a bully.
yeah.
This kid, I love him.
Just keep talking her up.
I'm absolutely not going to. So.
And you're just like, and she likes riding horses, and I heard she lets boys touch her tits. It's the worst. Like, she,
Where the boys are practicing kissing with them.
kissing her tastes like cotton candy. She's
She
just
uses her
awful,
tongue.
man.
She's terrible. Stay away.
I mean, one, Adam could not comment on any of those things.
That's a very accurate
It's just-
What? Yeah, like,
He was just talking her up perfectly.
yeah. Like, sorry, I can't help Ned. I'm a homosexual.
You're like, sorry, Ned. She's just such a cool bad boy. Like, just,
Oh, I mean, Adam's definitely not. I mean, if that's the tone that's getting picked up,
Like-
it's very much not what he's trying
yeah,
to do.
it's- yeah, but that's basically what was happening. So yeah, Ned just kind of lets
I think the
out
problem is whatever Adam says, he hears it that way.
Ned just kind of lets
You know,
out a wistful sigh.
You like my grandfather and Olenna seem Olenna in particular seems very keen to get you betrothed to Alison Bulwer. So if you are not interested in her, I suggest that you pick a viable option, at least to keep them quiet as soon as possible.
Or I could sully my reputation in the eyes of the Queen of Thorns.
I don't know. That didn't work for Luke. She still might come up with someone.
I was about to say, it didn't work for Luke.
But she
Yeah, if you want to get with a hot Dornish chick,
Like,
don't do what Luke did.
It's like, but she did match him up with a Dornish woman instead of one of her fancy reach maidens.
Well, two of the three matches he was offered were Westerosi. Only one of them was Dornish. And I think if Luke hadn't met her before making the decision, he might have picked Mary or Miranda.
Because they're both kind of awesome.
Anyway,
Just-
the last I saw your cousin Elia, she was getting dragged off to the baths by that Marjorie and Desmera.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes for interesting mental.
I mean, I mean that's. I'm not sure how that's relevant, other
And he
than
just
like you're probably thinking about that, but I'm trying to encourage you as a friend to divert the blood that you're using to think with your penis into your brain and think of that instead.
Go all penis. Dad, I'm with you.
So, I'm sure that you mentioned or noticed, but the Aurochs was hunting afoot today. He
Mhm.
might be wrestling aboard the ground even as we speak.
Oh, are you starting to make fun of me as well?
Well, if you're going to talk about my blood being diverted like some weird maester, I can divert some of your blood also. The odds are very
Touche.
real that a swipe of a boar's tusks could have torn the Auroch's shirt clean off and wrenched the spear from his hands, leaving him to, like
All
those
right.
Sosi statues.
I never do this, but I'm putting 500 bits in for Ned. He can have that destiny point.
Just for Ned to get a destiny point for taunting.
Ned, you are my friend, and I love you, but please stop. I care very deeply for Oris, but he has made it clear that he is not interested in me. So I have spent considerable time and effort in trying to get all right with that. You are easily 6 months behind on who I'm pining for these days.
Well, it's not my fault that you rode all the way up to the twins and back. It's not the strongboard, is it?
I meant that playfully. I'm not criticizing you.
But
It's
he makes it. He's like, it's not the strongboard, is it?
no. I mean, I hold
He's
him in very high
fine, but
esteem.
he's
but
not
no, I
fine.
All right.
don't, I don't feel that way about him.
It's just he's big and hairy too. I don't know what your type
No,
is.
No,
Adam.
that's all right. I probably shouldn't have said anything. Suffice to say, there is someone on my mind who is not present here. So, but that is also
Kind of looking around, taking a
But
head count.
that is also an avenue I am not able to pursue. So, I just have to.
Stop.
Damn it! You made me talk about my feelings, Ned.
See, that's what you get when you made me talk about mine. I think is how this happened.
I think it's how this happened.
Yeah. Well, while we were away, I'd already met him, but we got involved, and then he was just gone one day. So,
Was it Sir Vannon?
No, he's like a brother to me.
Somebody that you knew? Like, no, you're Targaryens.
Ned, will it help if I just tell you, but you have to promise not to blab it around?
Well, I'm kind of having fun trying to guess now.
All right,
Like,
okay.
Who it was that isn't here now, but that you knew before.
Right, you get 20 questions.
Oh, that's too many. I'll lose interest by then. Fine. Just go ahead, brag.
I mean, it's not really a brag. I don't know. It was Sterling.
Sir Lynn Rivers? Some
No.
Riverlanders I never heard of? Sir
No.
Lynn Hill?
A
Some
Vailman.
dashing what? No. Sir Lynn Stone? That I have never met?
I can't tell if you're making fun of me right now or if you genuinely
I
don't.
want to give him another destiny point.
I'm trying to figure out if there's anyone besides Sir
He's
Lynn
quite famous.
Corbray.
Shall we say he's quite famous for killing Dornishmen?
Oh, he's changing the name of his sword to Lad Forlorn, isn't he? And that's because of you.
That's very, very
Oh,
unlikely. I don't get the impression that
He's older than Beric.
So
So old. And and also,
Oh,
yeah,
come on,
he
not
kills
that old.
Dornishmen. Oh, Adam,
Mm.
you make bad decisions when we're not together.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
But forbidden fruit just tastes better.
Well, then stop trying to tell me not to try and kiss your cousin. Ah,
That's all he's
Like,
thinking doing too. He's
he
great.
circles it back
Okay.
around.
I am talking about a bad decision that I'm talking about a hot mistake I made in the past. I'm trying to stop you making one in the future. She is gonna but I am slightly older than you, so I've got some advice from you from an older man. Is like having your heart broken is fucking horrible, and that's exactly what she's going to do.
I was just, I don't know, she's just so Dornish. And I spend so much time in the Stormlands, and their maidens are so dainty and
Insipid.
Well, here's the thing, Ned. Like Dorne is strewn with Dornish women. You can find another. Like you could pick, you know what? You could even pick one of the other cousins. Literally anyone but her. Like, okay, right. I'm just gonna say right now. I can't make you do or not do something. You need to you make your own decisions. I'm just saying I think it's a bad idea as your friend who cares about you and doesn't want you to be hurt. That's all.
And who just bragged about how sweet forbidden fruit tastes.
That was a joke, right?
It was pretty sweet though.
Like you,
Forbidden fruit is the best. You don't touch her.
you know, if I say more things to try and justify my actions, you'll just make fun of me even more.
Probably. I'd have got to make up for like 8 months that you were gone.
Just suffice to say, like, I feel the way I feel and I can't just turn that off. So I was telling you that in confidence as my friend because, like,
I won't tell Barrack or anyone. It's fine.
I mean, I'm not scared of people knowing or anything. I'm kind of.
You probably should be.
Should I? Okay. I mean, I don't want there to be more trouble arising from it.
He's not got a terrific reputation at home.
No, well, obviously not.
And our people are notorious poisoners. He
Yeah,
says
well,
that
I mean-
fighting very hard to keep a straight face.
Well, I mean that's like precisely why I didn't invite him to my name day tourney, because I didn't want him to get poisoned, because foolishly I care about him a little bit.
A little bit.
So, but he is far away in the Vale and nowhere near Dorne, so look, it's fine. Well, it's not fine, but
Some other knights from the Vale did come.
yes, they did. I
saw a few.
I know. I wrote to him and said, if it were up to me, you'd be here, but I don't think it's going to be safe for you.
No, I mean here this week.
Oh, yes.
Just a couple Vale knights, but
Yeah, not very many. It seems that the Tyrells are not very closely tied to them.
think that foolishly the Reach and the Vale compete over who are the finest knights in Westeros. Everyone knows it's the Danes of Starfall. And he sits up straight in the saddle a little bit.
Stop.
Exactly.
I only have so many bits to give him.
Only have so many.
Right, just follow your heart and all that stuff. But
He gives you a sidelong grin. He's like, it's not my heart I'm wanting to follow until I'm betrothed.
right, whatever. Just
Whatever. It's low.
you're
robbing
right.
the accounts.
Yeah, you're right. I'm being quite the hypocrite, and I'm sorry about that. I just don't like the way Elia treats people, and I don't want her to treat you like she treats me.
I'm sure she wouldn't.
But of course, you know, like she's going to become even more unsufferable if you know, if you keep pursuing that.
He gives a shrug.
Yeah, of course you don't need to care. That's someone else's problem.
Um,
And just also, you know, like I said, just an advance warning that Olenna is very like on a mission to get you betrothed, and particularly to Lady Alicent. So if I were you and wanted to avoid that, you should probably give her something else to keep her happy.
I'd hoped that she'd be too busy this week, but
Unfortunately, it seems not. She mentioned you specifically.
she's always scheming.
Yeah. I mean, she's an old lady. It's all she's got time to do nowadays.
Maybe not this week, though.
Mm.
Since Lord Makar's come to visit.
Yeah.
You should have heard him all the way over here. He sounded almost pleasant and polite.
Really? What was that like?
Discomforting.
Discomfort.
That's the word that Mr. Ferris used for it.
I don't think I literally think I've never seen him like actually like properly smile. Like I've seen a little tweak at the corner of the mouth. I don't think I've actually seen him like feel joy, or at least not outwardly.
Well, he was very excited about being here and this wedding.
Wow.
But I think it was in that order.
Well, I hear weddings are a real britches dropper.
So those two will continue their banter as they make their way back to the hunting party.
Yeah, like Adam's next plan is to like get to talk to Sir Loris, but that's not like he's not in a hurry.
Which leaves Reyna, who has not spoken with anyone in this first pass yet.
I was going to Elia, which is like we were going to pass her off.
Okay, so you
Hand her off, rather.
sure you go to talk to Elia as Adam and Ned
Go the other
wander
direction.
off to do their high school boy gossiping.
Giggly like schoolgirls.
Yeah.
They're so cute.
Talking about their crushes, giggling. A little sleepover.
Oh, well, good. Nice shot on Elia.
It was stupid in luck. Bushes everywhere. This place.
It's very green. There's.
Ah.
It's very damp. But with all that that wetness does come.
Somewhere every Dornish woman is bitched about it being too damp out here.
They're just complaining about it.
It messes with your hair, okay? It messes with your hair.
I just think it's funny, it's all.
But I was trying to think of the one thing all the Dornish women have in common, and that's we used to take care of our hair in dry climate, and it's totally different. But all this wet does provide, lush beauty of a different sort than what we're used to at home.
Fine. Your betrothed is not within earshot. You don't need to defend the honor of the Reach right this second.
Ooh, the steak on that.
Damn.
Like, Highgarden will be fine without your defense. And she gives you a sideways, a bit of a grin.
I know. Well, with all the weddings going on and the division of Ironwood and the new Banner House is, and all of that, things might shift around a bit at home. There'll be an influx of new people as we build our our human assets, let's say.
There will, yes. She
How do
gives
you
you
feel
a bit
about
of
that?
a suspicious look. It's fine. The goings on at Wyvern's Rest and Bitter Grove and Will are they don't bother me.
Right, but Sandstorm is part of Nymaryen.
It is, of course. You're not
As
going to
are you.
send me some lady in waiting out to Red Feather Hall, are you?
I was thinking of a virile young man, actually.
I heard Damon Sand swore himself to the house's service. He could swear himself to mine.
Okay, not that young.
She says. She says with a hungry, predatory smile.
I was thinking for something rather more than just a dalliance, Aunt Elia. I was thinking more of a consort.
Explain yourself.
I thought I just did. I'm plotting marriages. Didn't you see me plotting?
I had assumed that you knew better to try to send one to Red Feather Hall.
Are you saying that you would dismiss it out of hand entirely?
That's my plan. But
Would you like to hear my proposal first?
I suppose I might as well see one target clearly before I shoot it down today. So yes, fine, niece. Who is it you would wed me to?
And I point over where Sir Davin is, I don't know, cleaning off his spear or whatever he used to kill the stag. But, Sir Davin.
Is
Cuts a
the
mighty
lad
fine form.
is the lad you would have me marry standing behind the Lannister?
He is the Lannister.
You would marry me to a Lannister.
I would marry a Lannister to you. One I think you would quite enjoy, who is more than just a slab of meat.
He's a yellow-haired stripling boy whose name is Lannister.
He's more of a burnished, coppery blonde. But he is gallant and valorous and not stupid.
Says who?
I have taken his measure myself, so I would say so.
Oh, and does Lord Willis know you were measuring Lannisters on your way here?
I wasn't taking him to a test ride, but I was judging him from afar. But look, in the melee at Lannisport, he came to Luke's rescue. Luke and Bela actually swept in and diverted the mountain briefly. Stood up to him, yelled at him, and was actually, he earned some respect from me in that melee.
You marry him. I'll take Willis.
No.
Oh, good deal.
No, Willis is mine.
How about Garland then?
Garland's married. If you want to fraternize with him, you are good to try. But from what I
she could,
understand, it's a love match, so good luck.
I could shoot an apple from a tree. She could have an accident.
A lot of clips around these.
Elia! Let me kick my boot out. Against her.
She just gives her a good.
At least meet this one, please, before you dismiss the entire thing out of hand. I think it would be interesting for longer than a fortnight.
Oh, that's a hell of a dig at Uncle Lorraine.
Right?
Who's the girl I've seen?
I didn't say it this time.
What now?
She says, "Who's the girl I've seen him with?"
That would be his sister Serena.
I'll marry her.
Well, it's not a twofer.
Yes, let's do it. Do it. Gay marriage and Dorne, make it happen. For me, sister. I want a husband.
Put me on the throne, I'll do it.
I have plans for Serena that involve hopefully her having children at some point. So, sorry. And I don't know if she blows that way. Don't say it.
These northern girls are like sand on a beach. They get wet when it's time.
All right, I'm gonna write that down real quick and use it.
I think Sir Davin again is young enough that you could probably. He's not so north-minded, I believe. That
He's a Lannister. What
he is a Lannister.
what peanut brain he has is gilded.
Wow.
Gilding? You haven't even spoken to him. You don't get to judge his brains without actually having a conversation with him. And I've met a Lannister with a ginormous brain. They didn't all go to Tyrion.
The dwarf, you say?
Mhm.
I've heard ladies talk. It's not their brain that they like him for. Fine, I'll talk with him. Go
What I'll ask, if you hate him,
fetch your little lion cub, and I won't bite him too hard today.
today. Just today?
And she sits and looks kind of sulky, playing it up a little, but
Well,
so
that's all I can ask, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Aunt Ellen.
so she has given you leave to fetch him.
I will go fetch him. I'll exchange a glance with Willis as I do so.
I just imagine Willis is like, oh, pardon this shit. Oh, wow, good shot, Renly.
Willis-
I'm busy.
Willis makes some like sign of the seven, like good luck charm type of
Like
thing,
a blessing.
like the equivalent of like crossing himself, like good luck.
Look God.
Yep.
Imagine something like you start with like 3 points and then change to 4.
This is like gang signs.
It's hard to do. 7's a difficult one. But, yeah.
It's a 7-point star in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I will run over to Sir Davin.
Yeah, and Devin has settled up again, and is just kind of stopping for a moment, taking a drink of wine, before eyeballing around and figuring out who he wants to go riding with.
I will take that decision from his hands, and I will ride up to him. Nice
Lady
shot with the
Rhaena,
flag. Very, very well done, sir.
but thanks. How fared you in the first pass?
Oh, I don't do well at hunting, but so I got nothing. But I'm here for the company, and just in case a boar fights back. which is rather more challenging to me than stalking and killing them. But hey, didn't that happen in the woods out there outside of King's Landing? When we went out there with that knight who died
Yes,
Yeah, is it
before, like,
Gandhi?
come out of nowhere.
with Orton Lucas, you
Yeah.
guys were stalking the knight, and then you found a boar instead.
Fox Night, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Fox Knight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that was a long time ago.
So,
That
yeah, you
was.
guys-
And no betrayals happened.
No betrayals happened.
Everything was fine.
And then Orton, I mean, not Orton, yeah, Orton mysteriously wasn't there before he say anything.
I was wondering if you might want to pair your formidable hunting skills with the bow of my Aunt Elia for the rest of the day.
That would be the Aunt Elia that I believe I heard my mother speak to you about at some point.
You would be correct, Sir Dan.
That would no doubt be the same Elia Sandstorm that my lovely sister found the history of and made certain to test me over on our way south.
Yes.
Yes, that would be the same Aunt Elia Sandstorm that is even now glaring at me from behind you with an arrow now.
Yes, probably. She's rather put out because, well, honestly, because she likes things the way she likes things, and she likes them to stay that way forever. She doesn't like change. And you, sir, are change.
So, the goodly Aunt Elia did not heartbrokenly beseech you to bring an end to her mourning, and
I'm sorry.
beg you to bring her home a husband from distant lands.
No,
Uh,
I am. So, Davin, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told her. I actually think that you guys would make for a really good match. In nature. Now I'm in a world of darkness. But
Second's blood.
no, I think that. No, she didn't ask, but I was telling.
So she's been ordered to find me charming.
I asked her to give you a chance.
Perhaps you could order her to find me charming.
Charm is really not something Aunt Elia believes in. Charm is equivalent to a liar.
When one asks an archer to give something a chance on a hunt, it might merely be she's offering me a 10 count before she starts firing.
Is she fingering her bow right now?
She's an arrow knocked, yes.
Well, not in your direction. Because
She's
then if you
not
pointed at me.
pointing
she would
it
never do
just yet, but... and then he just kind of makes a point of, like, leaning over a little, like lining you up a little more. I am sworn to your service, however temporarily, and if I am ordered to go and be the chance given to your Elia, I will endeavor to do my best to make it out the other side of the conversation looking a Lannister rather than a pincushion.
I like pat his arm or his hands on this bow, where they've got him on the pommel of the horse of the saddle. Just be like, I hate to say it this way, but just be yourself, because that's why I thought of you for her. Be smart. Don't be charming. Be smart.
I'd rather hoped that whatever betrothal you had in mind for me was someone looking to be betrothed. But I suppose the Seven don't always give us what we want. Instead, from time to time, we are given tests, or what we need. Fine, though, yes, of course, I will hunt alongside your aunt and strike up what conversation I may.
Go with God. All
The
7.
7.
7
All
plus
7
6
of them.
upon you.
No, God. Times 7.
So, he kind of takes a breath to kind of steel himself a little, and then he goes trotting over, and you can't hear it.
That's fine. I don't need to hear it. I just need to not see him get shot.
Trotting over. Yep.
Well, we'll see what happens.
See what happens.
Although, like, again, he's won Luke over a little bit. Very brave man. This
Like Rita turns back around to like I assume in them everybody's scattered about. It kind of makes a point because I'm sure that all of her siblings are looking at her at this
She's
point.
all like,
I just make eye contact with them, like when it's about a like it's pet. And like now we see.
Yep. So she's like, all right, guys, the flip over your what are the little the hourglasses? Like, flip your hourglasses now. Let's see how long it takes for her to kill him. Betting.
We should have a pool going.
Wagering starts now. All right.
I do. I have within the next hour. Not the first hour, the next hour.
Yeah.
It's 5 silver stags. They get in on this shit. If you guys want in, buy a time slot.
No, I think you're gonna do well together.
So, speaking of doing things together, let's go ahead and roll our second batch of hunting rolls as the day progresses.
I'm not
And
hunting. Why don't I get some like, persuasion rolls and shit?
would you like to offer an assist to someone instead of hunting yourself?
It's just Davin, so he doesn't get fucking shot on my head.
Oh,
Yeah, that makes
he's
more sense.
doomed. He's gonna die anyways. Just give up on him. He's a brave warrior, but Elia's got her bow in hand. He's at 100 yards. He's doomed.
I'll assist Willis because at least he's being supportive and not making fun of my plans.
Okay.
Like Luke.
All right.
To be fair, Luke isn't currently making fun of your plans. He just knew they were doomed to failure. Robert's making fun of your plans now. Finally revalidated.
Adam, take one bonus die as Ned is helping you out.
So a bonus not kept, yeah?
Correct. So roll one extra, but keep the normal number.
Yeah. Ugh, that was not good.
I just made up a word.
Better than last time. It was 14.
I rolled a
All
6.
right. Okay, you were just assisting. Willis already got your assist. Bela, what did you end up with?
I have an 11. 11.
All right, Luke,
I got another 4. Rolled the exact same thing. 3 and 1.
killing it.
You
Adam,
did the same with the dice.
I got 14 this time.
14.
Which I think is one short of a TN, which is annoying. But I can't.
I'm not using target numbers. We're just comparing people's results.
All right. Okay.
I'm making stuff up.
Oh my god.
Freaking killing it with an 18 is Renly Baratheon this time. His roll 4, keep 3 came up 6661. So Renly has another impressive outing and is head and shoulders ahead of everyone else on this one. So he's gonna get a younger, smaller boar, but he's gonna manage a solo kill on it this time as it's charging right at him, and he's able to lower his spear just right and get it just to the side of the skull and the beast kills itself, and his Baratheon mass is enough to just kind of leverage it down and keep it pinned with the spear as it bleeds out fairly quickly. And he actually calls the shot too, which will be our excuse. Loris got a 5, and Barrick got a 7. So that'll be our excuse for those two not helping any. Is that Renly was like mine, so like they had to stop, and they lost their chance. That's their excuse. And then at 14s, we have, bless you. It sounded like a sneeze. We have a 4-way tie at 14. With Sir Balin Swan and Adam taking down another boar together, let's say. Sir Balin is able to get to it and start to pin it with his spear. The stab is a little bit behind, so it's just kind of awkward, and it's still fighting back and twisting and getting ready to swipe at his horse's underbelly and stuff. And Adam is able to come along with a couple swift shots and finish it off. And then also tied with 14s is Elia Sandstorm and Davin Lannister. So she rolled a little bit worse this time, and he rolled a little bit better. And we'll see what that means. He is hollering like a fine shot, Lady Sandstorm. And she's just grouching about how her fletchings are damp from the air. It's like, die with full shot. Yeah, you can't really see what happened over there. It's the
death with the environment, the climate.
Yeah. She's just like, I hate everything about this place, but whatever. It's my second time doing real good, so. So it looks like they basically did the same thing that Balin and Adam did, in that the boar was engaged in melee, and then a very quick and lethal arrow shot brought an end to the struggle before other spears were needed. So, all right, and Elia, killing it on the day, doing pretty good. But Renly is out in front with a 2-point higher total on the day. But those two are definitely starting to run away with it a little. And they don't have like great dice. Most of these NPCs, spoiler alert, are rolling about the same dice. But much like Reginald in the archery contest, Renly's it's like everything's coming up Renly.
It's happens a lot with him, really.
It'll just be a spoopy shadow, because this is our Halloween session, so who knows what could happen.
Well, this is why he and Stannis don't get along.
By the end of the day, yeah. Because Stannis works hard and then rolls average, and Renly's just like, lol, I just keep 3 dice.
Oh, 6 again.
Yep. So, first set is down. And you guys have been occasionally spooking some game here and there throughout. It's not actually all simultaneous hunting, but it's the big days, or the big kind of catches as the day goes on. So you guys are now breaking for lunch, and this is a mixture of a very similar to yesterday's picnic type of thing that they had packed up and ready to go, and all that, to be delivered to you in this lovely grove in the middle of the hunting area. And there's actually, there are multiple cook fires in this spot, and no benches, because proper benches would ruin the hunting lodge mystique type that they're going for. But there are conveniently several downed logs that have all been trimmed of branches right near the fires, and like
Did
right,
they all but have benches cut into them?
yeah, like they haven't lacquered the wood, but just about right. So it's just like, what a perfect spot to stop and do some cooking. And some of them, the men at arms and game wardens, are already here, and they took the small stag that Davin got earlier, and it is down and on a spit and being added. So it looks like maybe they've got plans
Mm.
for the boar that people keep snagging, but they had to pick something to add to lunch. So yeah, your lunch protein is coming courtesy of Davin
Yeah, boar
Lannister.
takes longer to cook because it's
Yeah.
a lot tougher.
So, yeah. So it's a nice lunch with plenty of packed stuff and extra wine brought, yada yada yada. But then you've got this boar or this venison also adding to the buffet. So who wants to hang out and socialize with whom over lunch and like discussing the day so far?
I'm just gonna be around the general where the boar is being cooked, just kind of hanging out with everybody.
Okay.
Stag.
So I'll be available. Stature. I'll be available
That's fine.
to discuss things when we want to bring anything up.
So just gonna wait and poach somebody else's scene
Yeah.
if they need some backup. All right, got
Yeah,
it. Okay,
it's the one hunting I can do.
sure. Anybody got a conversation in mind?
I'm holding
You
off.
want to have your Renly talk?
Okay, well, Ash, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm holding off to give other people priority because I know that I take up a lot of space, so
Oh,
I'm waiting for other people to refuse.
take your space. Make us fight for ours.
Okay. I mean, like Adam's kind of feeling a little bit sort of disappointed and a bit judged, so is probably going to start off being by himself for a little bit. But will try and join whatever group Loris is in
Okay.
eventually.
So potentially kind of holding your conversational action. Loris is hanging out with Renly and congratulating him on the fine kill, and he's making a not quite snide comment, but he's like, the stag was smaller and more easily prepared in time for lunch. No doubt, grandmother or father have some grand plans for the terrific, boar that you have caught for us today, Lord Renly. Right? He's talking Renly up, talking Davin down a little bit, but in a more talking Renly up-ish way,
Okay.
But
I was gonna kind of try and not like dampen that exactly, but kind of use it as a springboard to something a little less like that's a bit less of a power dynamic
sure.
between them. So if there's one thing that Lord Maker and Lady Elena are not short of, it is plans. I'm gonna like turn everyone on them instead.
Hate the old people. They'll be
You
dead.
know who really started all this? That old man and woman.
Yeah.
The problem isn't that they're old; it's that they're mean.
You're mean.
Renly lets out
And they said you all look like jerks.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I suppose in their defense, there's nothing that they say behind our backs that they wouldn't say to our faces.
Yeah, they're way nicer to you guys behind your backs. So Renly lets out a good-natured laugh. He goes, "Ha! I can't deny that it's been rather nice for the Queen of Thorns' machinations to be pointed at someone besides me for a change. As though I don't have every woman in the Stormlands being thrust upon me by their brothers and fathers and such. Every time I come
Find
here,
the right one.
she's trying to plant my seed in the fertile soil of the Reach."
She does rather seem to do that with people.
Well, will take a wine flask out, have a drink. To Lord Renly Seed.
To Lord Renly Seed.
He will lift his glass and say, "You'll need to take a larger drink than that, sir."
We'll see, Renly. We'll see. I'm gonna hand the flask to the remaining bits of the flask to Lady Valeda, so she can share
I'm
some of them.
really conflicted. He's going to be like, I want to take a drink right now because I'm thirsty, but I don't want it to look like I'm thirsty, you know?
Like Adam sits,
The ultimate conundrum.
Adam sits at the campfire and starts like splashing wine all over his face. He's like, what's going on? What is he doing? Yeah, but yeah, so Renly just turns it into a bawdy joke.
I'm glad somebody can kill a stagger boar. I've been useless on this hunt. So drink to all of you who have.
Yeah, and Loras will raise his glass and say, "And to roots into the fertile soil of the Reach."
The roots indeed.
And
Yes.
try to turn it into something mildly less obscene.
Grow strong.
But then Adam Bridington lifts his glass like politely, and so does Sir Balin and all that. And then Septon Jim just ruins it. And he's like, "Renly Seed!" He says with great cheer. And, like,
It's not that he said it, it's that he said it's like kind of slightly too late now.
Like 45 seconds late.
yes. And he's like, because he's like, what are people going to say? I'm a Septon. Go ahead. Say I was inappropriate. I'm a Septon. Yeah, so he is just kind of relishing that, and he fights down a laugh as he takes a drink. It does make Aunt Elia spit her wine a little as she starts out as resentfully taking a drink, like with sullen face. Oh, I don't want to. It's just that it's good wine. But then it turns into a snort in the middle of that, and she sputters a bit. And you could tell Septon Jim is like giving himself a point.
Yeah, I think probably even Adam will have like snorted wine at that probably.
Septon Jim, speaking of, well, everything. Would you attend the wedding and say the words? Mine, I mean.
Well, ultimately, I think that's up to the Lady Valena and her mother. But of course, I would be honored to, if they haven't a Septon of their own that's just aching to wear the robes.
I'm sure they have one. It would mean a lot to me if you did it. I will talk to them and ask.
And he looks to the Lady Valena, and she just gives a shrug. She's like, I suppose we could make one concession to the consort's whims.
Very nice of you.
Just don't get used to it, though.
I'm used to it. I got used to it already. They have to roll fast.
So yeah, and then he just nods.
Ghost Hill could be renamed Lucaris's Hill.
Only once you're made a ghost. And then Septon Jim kind of swirls his glass and he goes, "And you didn't get betrothed to Miranda Royce. So you'd have to die some other way." She's
All
the
right.
one that fucked her husband to death.
I'm taking back my invitation to Septon Jim. We're gonna just remove that.
Yeah. Nope, it's too late.
Too late now.
And yeah, he did oversee Baylor's, but yeah, he is not going to be the one doing it here. Like there's some fancy high Septon from
Citadel.
I just forgot the big city where House Hightower
Old
is.
Town.
King's Landing?
Old Town. There we
Oh.
go. Yeah, they're bringing a fancy, some fancy old high-ranked guy from
I said
Stark.
Citadel. Citadel trains the maesters. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also an old town.
Does Harrenhal have a septon? Just curious.
She did not have one. No.
Well, and I
Doesn't have a maester either.
I thought they had a maester, but I can't remember now. Oh well, no matter. Then Adam will kind of follow that up then and well, I should like to borrow you for mine as well when it comes.
Of course, I'd be honored. And he just seems quite agreeable to it.
Hmm.
Which is probably not terribly unlikely. He's a septon that kind of helped raise you lot, so he's, pretty proud to get rid of you. It's standard parental way. Your soul is somebody else's problem now. Later, fucko.
Fuck out of here.
Normal wedding stuff.
I'm talking about release C today.
Yeah. But yeah, so
One gracefully.
and Sir Adam just kind of shakes his head in a uncle or grandfatherly way. He says, they're coming upon us so. It's not that long ago you lot were this tall, I swear it.
No. Grandfather wanted things to move quickly, so they did.
But he's not the one that makes the years turn. They're still not 6 anymore. Enough to
No,
make- Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything important.
He was just gonna. It's enough to make a man feel old.
I, for one, think grandfather chose wisely in this case.
In what way?
I'm gonna glance to her later.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I wasn't sure if it looked like Felicia was about to speak, so evidently I was wrong.
Deer in the headlight.
What?
Did Reyna ask Adam ahead of time to speak to Sir Adam, or are you waiting for your moment?
I was waiting for my moment, but
Okay, that's fine.
Did anyone else want to talk up their betrothed or their spouse?
No.
Like it's like I feel like grandfather did really well with Velena.
Easily.
And then
two Bailey swans worth, I
Reyna
would say.
and Bela are just like,
Eh.
good for you, Luke. Like just not.
Let me be
Well-
happy.
you
Yeah.
had excellent.
I feel like my marriage came about without their machinations.
Like he was, Sir Balin was on the list, but by that point it was pretty locked in.
I mean, we met the others on the list. Balin was definitely the best choice.
Absolutely.
Renly lifts an eyebrow. You got lists, like an attorney. Did they have to
No.
fight?
No,
Not
fighting.
quite. He offered.
In my case, yes.
He sort of offered each of us a small range of options to choose from.
So they had
So-
backup
so-
for their
So
backup.
a little more like a. Oh, we don't like a little more like a buffet.
I just smile.
And he just laughs. He says, every time we ask Beric how he got engaged to young Edric's aunt, he tells us some different story of Dornish barbarism, or fornication, or barbaric fornication. So I'm afraid here, north of the passes, we've little to go on but rumors as to how you folk handle your marriages and the like.
Oh, I see. Right, as far as I'm aware, there was no barbaric fornication. No, he just rather suggested some people who might be good matches, and we were left to decide if we were going to take up any of those. I believe a lot of letter writing was involved.
I do recall hearing about some barbarity from Balin, though. The day you lot fought the butcher, and I don't know how common that manner of betrothal is in Dorne. But we've heard the story. And Balin just shrugs and smiles because he has been bragging on it.
I mean, is no Westerosi man moved by the heat of battle in such a way?
I'd say not many marriages come about on campaigns.
Because you don't let your women on
Well, I
the
mean, that's because
battlefield.
you won't let your women come and fight with you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Not you personally, of course, but
If the I mean,
Let
it'd be a whole different thing.
you lot had a choice. Ours just show up.
Yes.
He just raises a glass to Rhaena, Bela, and Velena. And Elia, the four Dornish warrior women. Elia does not return the toast from the Lord of the Stormlands. She does not seem to notice, and oh no, she accidentally poured out her wine. She's just like not making eye contact or anything. And,
All right, Elia. I get it, but wasting wine's where I draw the line.
As she just scoffs and shakes her head and like pointedly does not hear the conversation.
That's
right?
fine.
Like she's looking off in the middle distance and just refusing to acknowledge.
I'm just gonna like take a very quiet word in Rhaena's ear there. I take it then she did not like your proposal.
Oh, no, which I didn't expect her to. But I asked her to give him a chance.
I'm not sure the chance has taken.
It's only been one hunt.
I mean, they killed the boar together.
Yeah, they did kill the boar together.
She could have shot him in that
the
melee.
exact same thing.
Just
Yeah. Do you have a backup plan in mind if she decides after the chance that she's not interested?
Take the black.
I do have a backup plan.
All right. Well, I will.
It's a backup plan I don't want to use.
That's fair. Is there anything I can do to assist with this particular plan or any others?
Actually, if possible, I would like you to try to get to know Sir Roland Storm a little better during our time here.
Very well. I will try.
I trust your read on most people.
Is there anything in particular you want me to learn about him?
Just trying to figure out what sort of man he is, what sort of knight. He seems a decent sort, but I've only interacted with him a few times.
We have only spoken briefly, but he does seem decent.
Right?
And, well, from what I see of his interactions with his brother, I get the impression that Lord Bryce is a good influence.
Lord Bryce is a good influence. Certainly has been for Lady Iris.
Well, yes. I don't know if you
I think we all toasted.
Toasted what?
They're expecting.
Oh yes, I was just about to ask. Like, were you?
It was on the pleasure barge that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's somewhat of a relief for me, at least, that I'm not leaving the place quite as unprepared as I thought I was going to. At least there is going to be another generation taking over it eventually.
I have thoughts about the next generation there, but let's not talk about it right this second.
All right. Well, I'm.
Yeah.
like I say, I am at your disposal.
Absolutely, I appreciate that.
I don't. I don't know. I don't think there's necessarily anything you can do about this, but I feel I sort of just need to say it to somebody
Okay.
because it concerns me that Ned seems awfully taken with cousin Elia, and I feel like that's only going to cause problems. I mean, partly because Elia just causes problems wherever she goes, but I would really rather not see her tread on him.
Do you think it's likely to happen?
Yes.
Do you think that would actually?
He seems very. He seems more determined than the last time he expressed interest.
Oh, so this
And
is an ongoing thing.
I,
He's a
I
year hornier.
at my name day tourney, I foolishly tried to divert Elia to him so that she would stop clambering all over Oris, but that seems to have rather backfired on me. Because now his interest seems to have grown. And I am in absolutely no position to tell him not to go after someone who is ill-advised.
Well,
Why?
each of us is
That
really.
laugh!
I mean, really. Do as I do.
Hey,
Do
hey,
as
at
I
least
say.
I
Not as I do.
Hey, at least I'm trying to be self-aware.
All right. Well,
Alright,
I mean, I. Edric is going to make mistakes, just
I
like
know.
you, just like me, just like every one of us.
You don't make mistakes.
Ha!
I've never seen you make a mistake. You're literally perfect. What are you talking
Oh.
about?
Thank you, but I don't think that's true.
No, I know, and well, you know, he's my friend, and I support him. I just would rather he not hook up with the girl that bullies me every time she's in my presence. You know,
Well,
and I just sort of want to just sort of say that to someone else because
I understand.
it's not good for me. It's not good for me when I hold it all in.
Oh, I think we found where we differ. I tend to hold
No.
everything in except.
Like, I'll keep everything inside, and then one day I'll die, right? So that's it.
More like somebody else will, probably. Let's be honest about where I turn my anger. It's not at myself.
I don't know. I think I'd rather need to talk to think. If that makes any sense.
It makes a lot of sense. And
Mm.
I'm glad to be your sounding board. And I understand what you're saying. However, I also feel like the more you try to get between them, the more he's going to focus on wanting to get what he wants.
I suppose if every time I've tried to get someone to do something I want, it's almost always gone wrong. So.
Because I understand that mindset as well.
Well, I mean, I've been kind of thinking of it more as I need to get better at making people do what I want, but I don't really know how to do that.
Oh, well, that's because you have to get. Oh, we'll talk about that later too. That one I can help you with.
We're forming quite the agenda for this evening, sister.
Yes, we are. And unfortunately, I have to break this up because I need to go talk to.
All right.
Sir Adam.
Have you? Do you want me to be there? Would that help?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
All
Yes.
Right. Shall I linger nearby in case you need me?
Yes, please.
Right. I will do so.
I'm actually more upset about this one than I was about on Elia's.
Yeah. I think I can see why. I think.
So before Raina heads over to talk to Sir Adam Broddington, Bela, is there anyone in particular you're wanting to hang out with or converse with or dialogue you're wanting to put forward?
I was going to congratulate my husband on getting his boar on the day. Sort of seems that we're both at one now. The interesting who can get more than the other.
Oh my god, everything's a competition.
With a wink.
And he said, he
That's a
nods.
good relationship right there.
Right?
You are my better with a spear, but I think I might have you beat at hunting. I suppose we'll find out on our way back to Highgarden.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, I think I'll do better than you. And, well, let's just say I might have something writing on it.
What is the wager, my lady?
Oh, well, you see, when I was in Lannisport, I might have picked up a trinket, and, I'd be willing to keep it all for myself, but perhaps whoever wins the most, or I should say whoever succeeds the most at hunting this afternoon, might be the one to claim it in the end.
So you bought me a gift and now you're holding it hostage, and once I kill more pigs than you.
Well, yes.
He just laughs and nods.
Well, perhaps we
High
could
five,
find some
Caleb.
other way to, I could ransom it back to you.
Perhaps you could. And then he kind of glances around. Like, there's too many people listening. He's not comfortable enough being this bawdy out loud. That's locker room talk, hon. Lord is right there. But yeah, so he kind of smiles and blushes a bit, but then kind of casts a glance around and stops, as though the conversation over lunch hadn't started with
I figure
Renly Seed.
I figure with the loud proclamation of the toast to Renly Seed by Septon Jim, I thought that was permission all around.
Camouflage.
Still not quite loosened up enough. But yeah, so he blushes a little, but gives you a sly smile. So yeah, he seems amenable to the contest, and if not to the hunt, to the wrestling match that will follow.
Yes, one way or another, there shall be a victor.
Or maybe both. Both ways.
So let's kind of give everybody a first pass. Does anybody have a conversation planned besides Reyna hitting up Sir Adam for seconds?
Yeah, I mean, like, Adam is going to be orbiting nearby the conversation between Reyna and Sir Adam, like, to step in case, like, if needed. But otherwise, I mean, like, Adam wanted a quiet word with Solaris, but, like, there's kind of a lot of people just now, so he can wait until the ride back.
Okay. So let's go to Reyna then. So this is as folks are starting to get up and stretch their legs. Menfolk are occasionally vanishing behind a tree for a moment. People are wrapping up lunch and starting to get ready for hunting their way back because that was contemplated. You've got one last hunt roll for the ride back to Highgarden. So it's that stage of after meal, people are starting to get ready. So you are able to approach Sir Adam, where he's off checking some of the straps on the saddle and stuff like that, getting his horse ready.
Okay. Sir Adam.
He gives you a warm smile over his shoulder and says, Lady Reyna.
Are you enjoying the hunt?
It's been quite some time since I hunted outside of Dorne.
It's different.
I'm afraid the damp soaked into my bones a bit this morning, but it's nice. It's going to say it makes me feel young again, but let's say instead it reminds me of my youth. He's from the Vale, not here, but still, Vale's a very different, the different climate than Dorne. So
Definitely.
yeah,
It's even damper there than it is in Highgarden.
yeah, sometimes.
But well, that's good to hear. Uh, so there changes are on the wind as all of me and my siblings, as we marry and shift about and bring new people home to us in Dorne. And there's been talk of what we're going to do to continue to build alliances. One of those things is marrying people or fostering lords, bringing in some squires and ladies' maid, handmaidens, and
I heard from the letter you're planning for someone to knight the Sand Boy.
yes.
And out of character, you guys were going to be making that call today, getting Damon knighted probably later this session. But so he just nods. He goes, and I saw that Strongbow, a new sworn sword.
Hmm. Yes, and he'll be returning with us as well, and in in our service, in my service. Uh, there
And
are
he
also
gives he
several.
he gives a bit of a nod and he says, "We could add the trolls if you'd like from Bridle to Horseshoe. Let them get to know some of the other lads in the settle.
Oh, that's a good idea. That is actually a very good idea.
Because out of character, these new NPCs are going to like outrank the cavalry that he offers, but like it's not a bad idea for the because they're knights, so they're basically coming in as officers of cavalry, like by default. So his thought is to let them hang out with the cavalry.
That's actually brilliant. That's we should definitely do that.
So he goes, I'll talk to Jim about it. He handles most of the paperwork these days.
Also, uh, I have several young ladies that I need to marry. Not myself, but marry to other people.
I think that would be a harder sell to Jim than asking him to take a ride to Ghost Hill.
Right?
Ghost
And
tells
what
nothing.
about you?
Ghost tells nothing. I asked him to come to Harrenhal.
So, and what about you, Sir Adam? What are your thoughts
On what, my lady?
on marrying?
I have none.
I know that you don't want specifically a wife or a lady.
I have one already.
Oh,
Oh, my heart.
But you don't have an heir or a ward, someone to pass your lands to.
Hmm. Time for the famous Dornish poison to rear its head, then? Planning to give my towers to someone else already. He
Ha!
says with a
No.
grin. He kind of turns and puts an arm up on his horse, and is just kind of giving you a long look.
No, I rather think I'm actually looking to partner you with someone who you can train, who you can nurture, to help.
Which of the lads is it you'd send my way?
Well, is that what you'd prefer? I know that's what you'd prefer, but but I mostly have girls that I need to marry.
By the way, like
Actually,
Rena just, by the way, like if Rena wants Adam to swoop in, she just needs to like give him a look. So just let me know if that's the thing.
uh, I have several young ladies who, or at least I have one in specific, who would bring. I'm not sure what the word is. Sort of a managerial mind to the towers.
Someone with stewardship.
Right. Someone who would gain the protection of your name and the wisdom of your teaching. I mean, we've taught all of us. We learn more than just horsemanship from you. Even though you say differently. And I know you don't want to.
So, a marriage that's not a marriage, then.
Aye.
Does not sit well lying to the seven, but it sits less well lying to you. Should this marriage happen or not, I'll not bed some girl because my lord orders it.
I would never ask that of you.
She'll
I would
get
never
no.
ask it. I would never expect it.
She might become my heir, but she'll get no heir from me.
Correct.
Whatever girl it is you have planned. And he's sounding very kind of like guarded and adamant on that. Like he said that sentence so that it rhymed with, "Oh well, see ya at the wall." Right? Like he would just be like if
I
he
told
were
you,
to
you should have said the wall collapses
Yeah.
casually before it
just
started.
like if you were to get an order like you need to put a baby in that belly, he'd be like, "No, I don't." And he
I
would
got the wall, I guess.
Yeah,
See ya,
so-
bitches.
But like he sounds really adamant on that.
Yeah.
And it's because so he just well, Jim would see to the marriage then.
Aye.
Let him do the lying more than me. The way he plays cards,
I'm not.
it'll do his reputation no ill with the father.
Wow.
Which of the
Oh,
wilting maidens here in the Reach is it you have in mind?
Rusty, I don't remember now.
Wasn't it one of the, was it Jane?
Jane Westerling.
I don't please don't take my word solely for that, because that's all I can think of just now is
It sounds familiar.
Because didn't
Yes.
Jane say she'd like to either marry someone handsome and young or someone too old
Yes.
and not interested in
As-
Was that before she was punched
yeah.
me in the kidney while I was injured?
As kind of a joke, she did say she'd rather marry. She wants a dashing young knight, or an old rich one. She said with kind of a wicked smile. But she has expressed an interest in wanting to ride and be free of her mother.
Yes.
And you know that she's educated and book read from her mother trying to prepare. So yes, Jane Westerling is the one that we have discussed in the past.
Right.
But he is just assuming not. So that's why his thing was, which of these wilting Reach maidens have you got in mind?
She's not very wilting. She's actually a Westerling. Jane. She's not with us right now.
When you rode into Highgarden, I saw a maiden in your company, and then I saw girls.
Right. She's. How old is Jane?
She's like 17 or something.
Yeah,
She's
she's
about
a
the same
maiden.
as Adam, I think.
She is. Let me find it.
I have it on my list in my
She's
other.
she's of marriageable age on the young side, if I recall.
Yeah, I feel like she's between 15 and 17. I can't remember now.
Where's my? I opened.
I'm not planning to marry any girls off. My girls, I'm plotting to be like ladies in waiting and squires.
Tell him Luke took her out on a date. That technically happened.
But yeah, she is 17, but that
17.
still just feels really young to him.
Right.
Oh yeah, girl, definitely, because he's like what, like
50.
45?
50.
Like he's like 55.
This is a child. What do you want from me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Jane Westerling. She's a maid.
Yeah.
I mean, she's younger than Serena, right?
Yeah. Serena is like early 20s.
Yeah. She's younger than Serena. She's dark hair, whereas Serena is fair.
Uh, Westerling. I don't know much of that house.
Well, she'll fetch a huge dowry. She'll bring a huge dowry with her. I'll tell you that right now. The Westerlings are wealthy, but that's
Oh,
not
he just gives a negligent wave, like,
right.
I don't need coin.
Yeah, no, no.
Suppose
It's,
I suppose bridle and horseshoe might.
I feel like he's like, oh, it's only money, which is not a phrase that falls
Right.
easily on Nymaryen ears.
Yeah.
Like,
Right?
All I
it's only
need
money,
is
what the
my
fuck?
More
all I
that.
need is my solid gold house and my rocket car. I've got enough for me.
Uh,
I think she's educated, she is well spoken, and she is smothering to death in the north.
Don't call her mom a cunt though. She fucking hates that.
Well, she's in the Westerlands rather than the North, but yeah.
Well, the Westerlands are the north to us.
I guess, yeah.
Uh,
Yes.
he gives a
These northerners.
he gives a still very skeptical sigh. He says, "Fine, Jane Westerling." You say, "I'll speak to her over dinner."
Excellent. She's a very nice young lady, and I feel like I feel like you will enjoy spending time with her, and she will enjoy spending time with you and learning from you. She loves to ride. Loves to ride.
Mhm. I will speak with her over dinner. And he swings one long, lanky leg up into the saddle.
Well, good luck with the afternoon's hunt.
And to you, my lady.
And I'll go back to my horse.
Yeah, he just if there's not else,
No, no, go. Sorry.
and he is slumped over the saddle, looking very old and tired, as he tugs on the reins. And
That was much
pulls
harder than Elia. I looked right at him.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'll be fine. He's getting older, and he needs someone who's going to look after him. I can't tell him that.
I don't, I know. I mean, if I can speak to him later and try to
Ease his
reassure him.
mind. I mean, he and Septon Jim both. They're not getting any younger. And a life in the saddle is not kind to our bones as we age.
Hold on, does Septon? I don't think Septon's got married. I thought they were like maesters where they couldn't.
Well, they don't. But we
It
all
just means those guys in that
Yeah.
generation are
Oh,
getting
I
those
older.
see.
two,
Okay.
they're
Right.
always together. They're not going to be able to. They're going to be able to lean on each other and be friends and shit as they age. But that only goes so far. You need somebody who will help take care of you.
Yes, Sept and Jim cannot take over the lands
Exactly.
if he outlives Saradin.
Right.
No, I think well, from what I heard, I think Saradin understands the necessity, even if he does not like it, and he at least seems to have responded more graciously than Mount Elia did.
It hurts me more, I think.
He lost someone he loved very much. And he doesn't seem to have moved on as well as Aunt Elia did.
She hasn't moved on. She just has different baggage from it. Is all.
Yeah.
I mean, Adam can only speak from his point of view, really. So
Yeah, I'm just yeah.
But yeah, different.
She,
Anyway.
well, she is happy being alone now. But I think he misses his wife and his sons. he misses them a great deal, and
They cooked him
as
good
much now
debs.
as much now as when they were first gone.
All right. Yes, please. Let's go.
All
So
right.
that Luke can
So
do his.
yeah, Luke.
Lucas finished off his wineskin and goes, Sir Adam, a moment, please.
He eases off the reins and his horse idles to a stop.
Luke will ride beside him. I don't know what all that was about, but I don't know all if you heard all of what happened in Lannisport, but Balin and I nearly took that tournament. Riding with the techniques you taught us. Actually outrode me a little bit at the end, but we damn near had it.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Uh, the
Is
Lannister boy won it in the end, didn't he?
um if I recall, my head was injured and we were asked to leave rather quickly, so
I heard that part of the story too.
I imagine.
So
Just
you just
want to say thank you, Um, uh, it was years ago with those basics you taught us. That's what I still use today. And Bailey outrode me, and she had more time with you. So
he gives a kind of sad and tired smile and reaches out to clap you on the shoulder. Says, eyes forward, lad. Eyes forward. Out of character.
is
That's not just the basics of everything he taught you lot about being in the saddle forever. Those are also the house words that he chose for House Bridington. So that was
Eyes forward.
is everything all right, Sir Adam?
Just a tired old man.
Well, what I won't forget. If you need anything, let me know.
A nursemaid, apparently, but your sister is seeing to it.
Wow.
Well, my
And he
sister
said that-
is quite the
that-
healer, if that's what you mean.
And out of character, to be clear, he is saying it like tiredly, not cruelly, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it wasn't snark. It was a sadness.
If
But
there
yes,
is something I've learned about my sister is that she has many of her own plans. I can't imagine where she learned that from.
and he just gives an idle wave. We don't need a maester. Oh well.
She tried to set you up with some young thing.
I think she already has. Yes. You rode down here with them, the Westerling girls. Jane.
Luke's first thought is, yes, the cruel bitches. But his immediate afterthought is, they're sweet young girls. And,
Oh yes, they're the bitches. They are the ones that call down.
they made Luke dance with pain.
I love how Luke is just like, they were not fawning over me the entire time.
Yeah,
They
right.
they are awful.
They're awful. They're terrible witches. They're exactly like that. Luke and nod and smile.
So he just, fair enough then. I told your lady sister that I'd speak to the girl over dinner, and we shall see how the conversation goes, I suppose. But
The girl wants, among all else, respect, a place to belong, and I think well, she wants a prince. If you wish to lose girl, be those things. If not, well, offending them is easy enough. Ask me about that. So I would hope no one does. They are sweet girls. They don't deserve that.
well, I'll speak to her over dinner, and we We shall see what she thinks of this tired old knight.
You still have much to show people. Have you considered taking a ward of some sort and showing, maybe even adopting into your line?
I think that may be what the Lady Reyna has in mind. Just doing it.
With all due respect to my lady sister, fuck the Lady Reyna's idea. So what do you want, sir, Adam?
I want little more than what I've had these last decades. Being left alone to ride my patrols, but
Duty would ask more of us, I suppose.
winter comes to us all, and eventually we must change.
I wanted to clasp him by the forearm and give him a handshake. Sir Adam, if you need anything, or if I can help in any way, please let me know.
I shall.
Maybe if you just want to live as a hermit on one of the beaches of Ghost Hill, I may be able to arrange that. I'll have to talk to my lady love, but might be possible.
I might need to do my own hunting should that be the case. You are doing something wrong today, boy.
And what is that?
I haven't the faintest. I've been too busy cocking up the hunt myself. But I've heard half our hunting party snickering at you. Fix it on the way back, Luke.
Fix it.
I've no skill in such things, I'm afraid. But
Well then, spend the ride to Highgarden preparing your excuses. Something about being distracted by the Lady Velena sitting too close, yes? She'll find it amusing.
she would, but very well. I would not want to look bad upon the man who taught me how to ride. I'll do something about it.
All right then, I'll see you back in Highgarden, lad. You get a clap on the shoulder.
Sir Adam?
Type.
All right.
All right. With that, let's take a quick break mid-session. We will come back for the return to Highgarden, which will feature the kind of crowning hunt of the day, and then, returning to Highgarden. So, we'll see everybody in a couple minutes. right, everybody, welcome back. I hope you had a good couple-minute break of eating all your Halloween candy before the bastard children of your neighborhood come to beg for it. And sorry,
So typical.
yeah, like, go get a job. Jeez, instead of dressing up and going house to house to beg for food, little
Wow.
I was a
weirdos.
kid. We dressed up as a werewolf and worked the mines.
Yeah, like the Halloween was a cause for woe and terror because it just meant you had to go work in the coal mine in a costume to raise the spirits of
Yeah.
management.
When I was young, yeah, we'd always dress up, but then some meddling kids would ruin our fun.
And that,
You know, I dressed up as a
God.
ghost once to do a real estate scam, and that happened to me.
See?
And a dog,
This-
too? It was weird.
you
So you met
psychos
them.
in a van, yeah.
These damn
You
kids.
psychos in a van just pulled up and sicked their Great Dane on me. What the fuck? Yeah. So,
And a weird puppy, too, that kept barking at me. And we were like,
Yeah. what the hell?
It was all head.
So we are back. We are getting ready to wrap up the day's hunt and make our way back to Highgarden. So, as before, it's kind of a roundabout route on the way there, and then you're taking a little bit different route to get back. So
hey,
this
Rusty,
is yes.
I like to position myself in a way where I can chase down any prey in, like, an open field, like, I guess adjacent to the brush.
Okay.
I want to position myself in a way where I can use any bonuses I might have. I guess.
uh,
You can just come to me. I will help you.
Nothing for
so
the week.
let's get in this last hunt. I'm gonna say, Luke, if you spend a destiny point to change a detail of the scene, you could be lingering over by the edge of the woods.
I will spin that because I've never had more destiny
Kinda-
points than I do now.
Kind of playing free safety or strong safety. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna be in the back, so if an animal thinks it's gotten away, you're gonna run it down. So everyone's like, "What is Luke?" Yeah, he's probably just drunk. Because you're like running away
Well,
from
joke's
him.
on them. I am, but I have a plan.
Yeah.
But
So I will say that you can. You could still just roll your what is it, survival is the name of the skill, or is it
Survival.
Survival.
To hunt with. Yeah.
right? So roll your animal handling bonus dice instead of your hunting bonus dice.
Okay.
All right, so
Well-
it'll be a survival roll, but with animal or with ride. Sorry,
Right. Okay.
instead of hunt as the specialty.
I'll take that.
That makes sense.
Go,
So-
let's dice.
All right. So let's roll them, everybody, and let's see how this last bit of hunting comes off. Some of these guys have been just kind of middle of the pack and not terribly impressive, but also not embarrassing themselves. Let's do-
if I cared, I'd be embarrassed. But I don't.
yeah, no, that's cool.
Well, I didn't care either, but then Brighton was like, "These guys are clouded on you.
It's
Well,
like
you
you.
gotta do something about it."
Yep.
I got 11.
Give me 1 second. Let me get.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's just working my way down the list of NPCs. That's how the cool kids say NPCs these days.
That's what I do. Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
you said
it's-
NPC.
No, that was just when I was named.
Oh, that's
so-
way cooler. Yeah,
I
we
was-
can do
Speaking
that
of
one.
naming
In-
an NPC NPC because
Oh,
in
it's so much better. Yeah, she's
in-
right. Sorry, Rusty. You just
in
got
a-
it.
In another game, we were trying to leave a spot open for a friend of ours that normally plays with us on Saturday, and it would, so like we just had an NPC that we never named, and I was like, look, like we're supposed to be pairing off for something, but there's not enough of us. So then my character was just like, I'll ride into town with NPC, and he can mind the wagon while I do the blah blah blah. Like that was the, and then it stuck, and we just named him NPC, and like you gotta emphasize it right. So it doesn't sound silly.
NPC.
Yeah. It could be a name.
Could be.
13. All right.
Could be.
Okay. So what did yeah, Raina refused to roll. Bela, what did we end up with?
11.
Not too shabby.
4 on average.
We will need to math that. That might be catching up. Anyways, and Adam.
11.
I think you said okay. 11. What did Luke end up with?
May I spend another destiny point to keep a bonus die?
You can always do that. Yes.
Okay. Well, just because because you can't like spend 2 on one thing, so I wasn't quite clear if it. Okay.
I'll let you this time.
In that case, I have a 16.
Okay, not bad. I was waiting for you to go like 5.
But I rolled good on this one.
Gotcha. All right. So, that's actually gonna be, tied for best on this whole pass. So at 16s, we've got Sir Davin Lannister, and Lucaris, tying with 16. We'll say Davin spooks a boar, rushes his horse, goes past him, and is making a break out for the grasslands. Luke is able to stick it, and then Davin finishes it off and gets the kill. So it's a 50-50. It was escaping from Davin, but Luke is able to help with that. And between them, the beast is slain. Next highest on this pass is the suddenly motivated Sir Balin Swan, who got a 14, which means on the day he has a 37, and you have 15 plus 11, 26 plus 11.
We tied.
So you guys both got 37s as your total. So all right. So it's a pretty impressive stag that he's able to bring down, like solo. It's a clean kill, no help from anybody else. 100% of the credit goes to Balin, and it's a fine young stag that he is able to take. Not like young, but old enough it's got antlers and stuff like that. But, all right, that's our 14.
That's how Bambi's dad died. Got it.
Yeah. And then the next best that we had was Renly with a 13, which I think will keep him out in front for the day. He's sitting on a 46 total. He just had hot dice.
Hell.
Yeah, so he was.
If you get the same thing twice, it doubles the score. Like 4 to 4 is 2 4s is a pair, so it's actually 16.
That is not what happens. No, that's correct.
Oh.
So yeah. Overall, Renly is living up to the Baratheon stereotype of doing well out of doors in this socially acceptable stand-in for warfare, etc., etc., etc. You also know that he hunts a lot. Like it's a lot of his sport time and social stuff. He is giving a little bit of flack to Lord Beric Dondarrion, his sworn bannerman, who did not manage to get double digits all day, despite getting assists from his squire Edric Dane with one of those rolls. He got 877 on the day, so not doing great. Loras Tyrell was comparable, but it's more acceptable for Renly to give Beric some shit as his sworn knight. And he's like, oh, apparently we should have gone hunting a bit more while you squired for me, Sir Loras. And, so it's a little bit of some back and forth with the Stormlanders. As Renly is just kind of coming out in the lead there. So, yeah. overall total. She might. No, yeah, he got the overall total. He is still up by a couple over Elia. All right, she was close, but it wasn't going to turn into a stab off. Uh, so yeah, it was a pretty productive hunt, though. You guys return with with servants carrying um, nearly 10 boar and or stags. Or no, actually a dozen
Wow.
between boar and stags. Yeah, like all told. So lots of protein for the feast tonight. Um, and yeah, like it's a pretty bountiful looking lot. As you were uh, kind of hunting is behind you, and you're coming to like the last like open stretches of rolling hills on the way to Highgarden, and you guys are all kind of like stopping and letting uh the servants and the wardens and stuff kind of group up and get ready. So each hunting group kind of returns leading a parade that's showing off what they caught for the day, right? So you guys are kind of regrouping here at the edge of the woods as the servants and stuff are getting your bounties all ready to display. Um, who wants to talk to somebody?
So, Adam was hoping to catch a moment to speak with Dolores, but it seems
Yeah,
like he's kind of
You're-
surrounded.
you can speak with him easily enough. Like again, this is, in the abstract of the travel, etc., you can, yeah, it would not be untoward to, just say, Sir Lawrence, a moment, if you please, and blah blah or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, the whole point of these expeditions is for you lot to socialize with who you want to socialize with. So if you want to talk to Loris, you absolutely can, and it's easy enough to get a polite distance away. Because it's also one of those situations where you don't need to go like 100 yards away around a tree. It's like, okay, we'll just ride 10 feet this way and nobody will listen, and they'll all be busy with their conversation. So yeah, it's easy enough. So yeah, Sir Loris kind of raises an eyebrow at your request, but then joins you and says, "Seems to be the problem, Lord Adam."
Well, hopefully, hopefully there isn't going to be a problem. I just rather wanted to sound out your disposition at the moment after the unexpected arrival yesterday. I wanted to see that you were all right.
An additional guest is a pleasant surprise and a blessing upon the house.
Yep.
Wow.
You don't need to be tactful with
Mom
me.
made me memorize this.
Exactly.
I wrote it 4 times yesterday.
Done. Solarus, your discretion does you credit, but in the matter of my cousin, you need not be so guarded. I am no fan of her either. I want to ensure that you know that I intend to do everything I can to stop her from causing more trouble.
I am certain that there will be no such problem. Grandmother has my sister and cousin seeing to her, unless she has killed the both of them and left them floating in a bath somewhere. I do not doubt that this Lady Lance disrupt, will not be allowed to disrupt the week any further than her pleasant surprise of an unexpected arrival already did.
I do not share that confidence.
Few share my confidence.
Nevertheless, I feel that she rather ruined our chance to be friends at Wyvern's Rest, and I would like to remedy that.
some sarcastic girl reeking of horse will not come between our houses this joyous week, when my brother and your sister are to be wed.
So, Lars, I'm not talking about our houses. I'm talking about you and I as human beings.
Put frankly, Adam, aside from our houses, I'm not certain how much we have in common. You are more similar in disposition to my brother Willis than you are to me.
Is that a requirement for you, Sir Lars?
I simply do not think you would be overly interested in matters of saddle and lance, which are how I spend most of my time.
Well, you know that before my injury, I was a squire.
Before his injury, Willis was also.
Fine, I will not force you to socialise with me if you do not wish to, but I'm a little confused, but I will respect that.
I do not dislike you, Adam. I simply don't know what we would talk about. I know less and little of the bow, and I do not think that you could teach me much with the blade. Grandmother says that you are...
I can teach you nothing at all.
And grandmother says that you are studious and well educated, and those have never been my favorite lessons.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad that you do not bear a grudge towards me regarding Elia, and well, if there is anything I can do to well, if she does start anything and I can be of assistance, I stand ready to try and mitigate whatever disaster she creates.
Not to worry, I think grandmother will have her quite handled.
Hopefully.
But it is admirable of you to side with civility and decorum even against your own cousin.
Well, civility and decorum are not things I associate with my cousin.
Do not think they are things anyone associates with your cousin.
Well, Adam will make excuse himself in whatever polite manner is appropriate.
He just seems kind of confused and uncertain how to respond to somebody essentially just saying, I want to be friends, because he's like used to competing with everyone he knows because he only hangs out with other knights because he's better than them at being a knight. So he's just, for the record, like he was trying not to be actively unpleasant, but that's just kind of who he is as a person, is built on a level of confidence that Jaime Lannister dismissed as arrogance. So he's just like, why would I want to hang out with you? Why would you want to hang out with me? This is all confusing. So
well,
yeah.
and I mean, and it's a 50-50 ball, and whether it would go well, Adam would kind of go, because we're gays and there's not a lot of us, so we can stick together, please.
Yeah. And
So
this
well.
might not have been
open with that, right?
private enough for that.
Exactly.
So
Adam may make bad decisions, but he's not quite that inept.
So yeah, he just seems a little faintly off-put or confused, more than like recoiling in disgust and frustration. But it just seems like it caught him off guard. Like, why would a not knight want to hang out with me? Why would I want to hang out with them? I was already forced to apologize for the heated words in Dorne. So he just seems a little caught unawares.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it as like bad or anything out of character.
Cool.
But yeah, like Adam's perhaps being too subtle, but yeah, it's nothing that is important.
I like to write to Adam at some point soon.
Okay, let's cut to one of the sisters first, just so we're kind of rotating a little.
Yeah, no worries.
Bela, anyone in particular wanting to hang out with? Any particular conversations you would like to have on this last leg?
Who is another one who maybe scored somewhere around my level for the hunt? Maybe I can be with them, and we can be unsuccessful together.
Right.
In this last leg.
37.
It's like Balin got something, and Elia got something.
Yeah, well, and like the assumption is like during this last bit, like other people that rolled well, like you're still looking good, you're getting near misses, and because some like Valena wasn't ever in like the top tiers, but she actually has like a decent total. A 9, a 14, a 12 is nothing to sneeze at.
Okay.
She just wasn't ever quite.
Then her.
I'm
going to team up with.
I think it'd be adorable to hear you talk to Valena.
Yeah, I'm going to team up with Lady Valena, and we're going to get some boars.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So yeah, you guys, you hunt together there that last bit, and you're able to come really close, and importantly, people see you come really close. So you're not like shaming yourselves, but this basically just goes into the points that you already earned, of towards that total and looking good. But she seems absolutely eager to fall into the saddle with you, and she is out here, throwing spears or stabbing with them, much like you are, and on a similar horse, even. She's, it's not terribly different than going hunting with Reyna a couple years ago, when you guys would, when it was just you two off doing stuff. So it's a pretty easy vibe to fall into.
Okay. I'm sure Lady Valena is, well, says, wow, you're much more skilled at this than my sister.
She goes, you're much more skilled at this than my betrothed.
Yeah, what is up with him today?
He did not get much sleep last night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could say the same, perhaps.
Oh. Well, I suppose it is less scandalous, as you two are already wed. Assuming it was only you two.
Yes. It was just the two of us.
Plucking no flowers from the gardens. Too bad.
Stop! He's so in love.
I admit I've never been to Ghost Hill before. I look forward to the time that we'll get to spend there.
So do I. Though I worry that Sir Balin may feel less at home with the cuisine. I mean no insult. If the people of Will have accepted him, and clearly they have, we will do him no cruelty for amusement's sake. But we will be... I believe my mother's intent is to remind everyone that Nymaryen blood is Dornish, as well as Valyrian. I have seen the menu she has planned for our wedding.
Well,
20% poison.
We've gotten him up to half a dragon pepper in some of our food. So the kitchen staff has been more than patient.
He has he has lived at will for some time and has not starved, so he will fare better than most, I think.
Yes.
The great Riverlander purge will happen at my wedding.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, um,
It is not for us to say if he's an ally or enemy. It's for the Dragon Peppers to say.
yeah. I believe the more he gets accustomed, the more Dornish he becomes. He gets used to our customs and ways.
He seems a good man, despite the unfortunate circumstances of his birth.
Yeah, he might have been born a few hours away from us, but I don't think that has affected him too negatively in his life.
Good.
So, dang it. I had an idea, then it just left my brain.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
It'll come back. It'll come back. Don't
Yeah,
chase it.
now we've put her on the spot.
Dang it.
Do you want to bounce to Reyna and give you
Yeah,
a chance to
yeah.
try and... Okay.
Yeah, cut
Try
away
to
for a moment.
remember. Right, okay. So Reyna, while Erica is having a breakdown, trying to remember an idea from 35 seconds ago, isn't
That's
that
my
always
life.
the
Don't
worst?
make fun of her.
Isn't that
I do
always
all
the
time.
worst? Like, you get a word and you're like,
Hey, at least
let's
I'm not trying to
yeah.
name someone right now.
Yeah, it's fine.
That was
So, what's Reyna up to on this last bit? Who is she gonna be finagling or checking up on or what?
I'm riding with Willis, and I'm chatting with him, but my eyes are watching Aunt Elia and making sure that she's not murdering Sir Davin.
This is a murder. Good call.
She is not. She was riding with him, or perhaps you think instead he was riding with her. When the boar burst from the underbrush and went, running for and then past Davin, and so like she was there and was part of that, but she did not take a shot at the boar. You know, in time before riders got in the way with Luke and Davin getting the kill, but. Yeah, she's not staring daggers at him. She's not chatting with him or anything either. But she's not, just insulting him and like throwing shit.
Well, at least Aunt Elia hasn't buried her spear in a Lannister today.
Yeah, or an arrow. So yeah. And Willis just nods. It would seem that went about as well as it could.
Yes. I rather think if she gives him a decent shot, she would like him quite a bit. He's a likable sort, and he's not stupid, which she finds despicable. She just can't stand people who are dumb.
From my own few interactions with Sir Davin, he's been a gallant enough knight and a good eye for horse flesh. Surely that must go somewhere, even down in the red sands of Dorne. Seem a woman of her martial proclivities might yet fall to his charms.
Well, I shall hope for it at least.
I think she may be the only woman in Westeros who would sooner be matched with a Lannister cousin than the Lord of Storm's End. Don't think that her toast went unnoticed, he says with some mild concern.
I'm aware. You know, it's easy for me to say, the past is in the past. I didn't live it. I didn't lose it. I didn't lose anything in the past that I didn't know enough to lose. Like, what I lost, I didn't know I was losing. Does that make sense?
It does.
So I don't feel the lack of it. But she does, so it's different. But between her and Sir Adam, I felt quite like I've kicked enough puppies today.
Well, it seemed both of them took it not in the worst way they possibly could have. Which is good. Grandmother only factored in 3 fatalities before the ceremony in the seating charts and the like. He says it.
She's
You're
not.
not sure at all if he's joking. There's
I-
just no telling.
There's always the possibility.
I would offer to speak to your aunt, except think she might hate me as much as she does Sir Davin.
I don't think it's hate. I think it's disdain. Aunt Elia. I can't argue with this. She likes things her way.
Most people do.
She really likes things her way.
Say the issue is more that she has grown accustomed to things coming at her way.
They are. She's very grown accustomed to that. Grandfather is just, hands off.
I think that Lord Makar has done an honor to Sir Adam and to your aunt by letting them mourn and grieve as long as they need to. But I'm afraid that in doing them an honor, he may have done a disservice to your house.
Maybe.
His patience is admirable in a friend, but perhaps a bit of a mistake in a lord. I have grown with my father and grandmother to show me the difference between the two. I do not doubt that you know the difference as well as I.
I do.
Some others do not, I think. And he says this with a sidelong glance at Lord Renly, who is everyone's friend and
Right.
never a lord. And he doesn't say it like unkindly. He's not, being shitty about it. He's just being kind of matter of fact. And, you guys are both heirs, so maybe it's good that he's aware of that difference and that possible shortcoming.
Yep. It's just different. Everybody's different.
Well, I may not be much help speaking to Elia about it, but I can check in with Davin for you if you'd like.
That would be excellent. Please.
I'll do so. Over dinner, perhaps.
Right, but not after dinner. Because after dinner, we're going for a walk in the garden.
Oh, you and Davin?
Ooh.
I believe I'll have to have cross words with him over that.
He will.
You have plans, sir. Don't think that you don't. Because Baylor will run interference. And
Well then, I will see you after dinner, then.
excellent.
And Davin and I will speak. Over, no doubt, some pork.
Probably a lot of work.
All right.
There are a lot of dead boars here.
Yeah.
Bacon wrapped bacon.
Yeah. Back to Bela.
Hmm. Yeah.
Did you get your thing back, Erica?
Not quite, but I got into a good thing, so we'll go
Okay.
with this new thing then.
All right, go for it.
Say, I'm glad you're the one that he's going to be marrying. In truth, I think that he might have been feeling a little bit overshadowed by his sisters. Not in a way that makes him useless, but in a well, you see, he spent so much time away from us. I think he got used to being
Northern.
north. I think some of their customs may have gotten into his head a little bit, or maybe I'm just afraid of that's what happened. But I think that if he had stayed home all this time, he might be feeling like he has things to offer that weren't being put to use at home. And so I'm glad that he's going to be with you and get some opportunities to be away from Wyvern's Rest and home on occasion. So I think he excelled when he was in King's Landing. And I think he'll excel being able to be away from home when he needs to.
I don't doubt that he's not the first third child to feel that way. But being in Dorne, he is the eldest son and is still given reason to feel that way. When in King's Landing, others would say he should not have. I think some time in Dorne has been doing him good. But I think, even without it, he would be a good man. It's probably for the best he was in King's Landing as long as he was, though. I think if he was here in Dorne this whole time, your grandfather would have great-grandchildren to worry about by now.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are some in King's Landing, from what I understand.
And she wrinkles it. No, the professionals there, I think, know how to handle such matters.
Well,
But all your small folk girls in Wyvern's Rest, I think matters may have been complicated. But it's good that he came home when he did.
I agree, though I don't know if all of the servants in the Red Keep were as dutiful as the professionals.
I think we would have heard of it by now if there were any
Side
sand.
blows.
If there was any sand being spilled in the Red Keep.
Perhaps, yes. I like to think so.
So
This
with that,
conversation are now if you really liking it, and I don't like it as much.
with that, we will actually jump back over to the Nymaryen boys. So you were wanting to hang out with Adam for a bit, and you
Yes, I'm
are
going to write up alongside Adam at some point.
you are both available, and you do so.
Adam, may we have a word real quick?
Certainly, Luke. What's on your mind?
Concerning thoughts. The other night, you said a few things about our dear cousin that had me a little concerned. Can we discuss that? You said she be sent back in chains?
I was being dramatic.
I assumed to a degree that was the case, but
I mean, I do
I
think
know
that
you and her don't get along well.
I mean, that's putting it rather mildly. She consistently bullies me every time she's in my presence. I certainly, while I was being dramatic about the chains, I stand by my statement that she should not be here. And that she is probably going to cause some manner of upset and that I want no part of it.
Upset to who exactly?
It
Sir Loras?
matters to Elia. She's going to cause trouble. It's what she does.
Yes, you're not
I mean,
wrong.
I know I occasionally have prophetic dreams, Luke, but this is not one of my prophecies. This is just something I see as an inevitable consequence of
No,
Elia being in here.
I don't believe you need to be a green seer to Northern Shawer, right? A green seer to no. Elia might cause trouble, but trouble to who exactly? Us? To Sir
Well,
Loras, or
the thing is, no matter who she causes trouble for, the trouble will fall onto us because we are seen as the people responsible for her, since her father will do no, do nothing to stop it.
I
You know,
won't.
the point is that while we are here, it is exceedingly important that we don't fuck things up for Reyna and Willis. That
And
means
I'm more aware of that than many, but
well, I'm sure. I'm
still I
just
would not say an unkind word to her father. He
well, nor would I. I mean, I would question his either unwillingness or inability to teach her any kind of manners, but she's not my child, so that's not my problem.
uh, very well. We will not debate Oberyn Martell's parenting. We will instead focus on this. I don't think you're wrong. I just wish you would understand that she has nothing at him. She has to prove everything to everybody.
I would hardly say that she has nothing. She's the daughter
No,
of one of the powerful men in Dorne.
she's the bastard daughter of the second board of the Prince of Dorne. To
Which doesn't.
most of the Seven Kingdoms, that is nothing.
But in Dorne, it is still something. The
In
fact that
Dorne,
if
it
anyone if anyone here laid an unkind hand upon her, there there would be very real threat of a war breaking out. So I don't think that is quite having nothing. She knows that she's in a safe position to do what she wants.
I will not argue she is not something of a brat, but just good. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
I merely wanted to make it clear to grandfather that if she did start shit, that I was not going to move to help unless I had to.
Yeah, I think that's what upset me.
Well, things like I will support my siblings. I will do what I can to make this wedding go smoothly. I will do what I can to keep the Tyrells from becoming alienated from us. But Elia came here without leave, and therefore I do not consider her a responsibility. So I do not want to be involved in cleaning up whatever mess she makes, because frankly she already causes me enough stress just by being around. I don't think that family is a good enough excuse for the way she treats me.
What exactly tortures has she put you through, Adam?
Look, have you not been around? Every time she's in my presence, she is making fun of me and belittling me, and I don't think that's all right.
And should a war break out, you would choose her enemies instead of her because of these words.
I think you are twisting my words quite severely there, Luke.
Well, then I apologize. Please state them more clearly.
If you know, a war is probably not going to break out, but
I would not expect so either from a rude child, but you seem to be of that opinion.
my point was if someone attacked her, or you know, that's what I was talking about. But nobody's going to because everyone's trying to be polite. But she's not going to be polite. She is going to clamber all over people. She is going coarse. She is going to deliberately offend people for fun. These are all things that are not diplomatically good for us right now.
Why do you think she's here? Just your opinion. Why do you think she's here?
I don't even know if she knows why she's here. I think she saw something.
I'm not sure she does either, but why do you
I think,
think?
I think she saw a party she wasn't invited to and decided to insert herself.
I think she was told there was a place that was not for bastard girls adored, and she decided to prove otherwise.
Well, I mean, I think that's largely what I said, but yes,
Right.
there was a place she was told not to go to, so she decided to go to it. That's what she does. You tell her not to do a thing, and she does it more.
Well, you tell her she can't do a thing, and she wants to prove you wrong.
That is rather the problem, but then if you don't tell her not to do it, she will still do it because no one has told her not to. It's an unwinnable situation, and I've decided that the only way to win that silly game is not to play it.
I just wish you would
I want to be very
consider
clear.
a little more. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
I'm not telling anyone else what to do about her. I'm just saying that I'm not taking part in her games anymore.
And if I was an uncouth boar, would you also side against me?
You're making this very combative, Luke.
Yes.
I mean, you are already quite boorish, but I have fought with you many times.
She means us no ill will. However, inappropriate she may be, and it is a problem. I won't disagree with you.
The thing is, if she doesn't mean ill will, she should listen to our genuine pleas to behave and show some decorum. That's the
Is
thing.
that to say that if she doesn't, she would, or she should?
Well, my feeling is that if she actually cared about our lives or what became of us, she would not be acting this way.
I disagree. I think she hasn't considered them because she is so wrapped up in her own issues.
I mean,
Something I feel like you should probably emphasize with your own actions, Adam.
Respectfully, Luke, fuck you. What of my actions do you wish to criticise? Let's get it out.
Shall we talk of Lynn Corbray?
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, Lynn Corbray is a bad idea.
Is right? That's the entirety of your argument.
I'm not going to quarrel with you, Adam. I simply came here to ask you that you consider the fact that she has to prove every single thing she has to everyone here.
She doesn't.
And before you demand she be pulled away in chains, you consider that. Yes, it was an exaggeration, and I note that, and that's good. But that's why I brought it up.
You know what, look, I think you just wanted to have an argument, because now you're bringing up Sir Lynn, who had nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with this, but with what you said.
You say you don't want to quarrel with me, but then you're starting one right now. Do you see that?
Then I end it. Good day, Sir Adam. I'm sorry, Adam. And I will ride off to my own business.
All right. Well, that went swimmingly.
Yeah, we'll go smooth.
Good. Glad the Stormlanders and the Dornishmen are getting along this week.
Right?
Good thing that's the only place that disagreements could come from. So, with that, do we have any other pressing conversations? Or shall we be making our return to Highgarden? Because out of character, what's happening is you guys are milling around while everything is getting ready to be paraded back. And you guys are kind of eyeballing across the field where, like, way over there on the other side, there's another group that's getting ready. And, like,
I hate that group.
Right? Like, everybody over there is milling around and getting their stuff ready to show off, you know. So we're in
and their bullshit.
Yeah, so we're kind of in a limbo here, where it's up to you guys. You know, how long?
I am good, so I will step back.
Yeah, I think we can go forward.
I'm fine with that. I mean, last time we came back and we had two surprise guests. So I'm curious what we're gonna find.
What are you talking about?
Each more surprising than the last.
Why would you think that I have anything planned? What's that about, you guys? So
Adam's gonna be like in a foul fucking mood all the way home after that.
you are able to make your way back just fine, and you guys have your groups of men-at-arms and huntsmen and wardens with various animals lashed to poles that they're making a big show of carrying, and stuff like that. And the good news is you guys do end up having the most impressive single kind of group of stuff. The other party that went out a horse was nominally led by Garland Tyrell, despite having Lord Bryce Caron in it. But that was kind of the other knightly group, like Parman Crane was in their group, and they were
Nathan in there.
no.
Oh.
So they were the ones out hunting on horseback.
And they know where he's at. Yeah. FYI, I'm ready.
They came back with a little bit less stuff than you guys. So you're left looking a little more impressive. Coming back on foot is a foursome of formidable fighters that both have long poles between them, going from like shoulder to shoulder. They're carrying their own stuff. And you see Nathan Lucas and Sir Roland Storm with a full-on boar, like a big one, hanging from one of these like spars, and then walking just behind them, and it takes a moment because it looks a little out of scale, is Oris the Aurochs and the Strong Boar. With
all the beefy guys put together.
Yeah, with a big spar behind them, and walking in front of that group is Alysain Mormont, who is just looking smug as hell. She has a second boar's just head on a spear that she's using as like a walking stick. And everyone's like, oh, that's not bad. I mean, like those like 5 people got 3 boars. Only then you get closer, and as Oris the Aurochs and the Strong Boar get into view, and you're reminded that they're taller than everyone else, that's not a boar that they have on their beam between them. They killed a fucking bear.
Holy shit!
They've got this scarred, shaggy, brown, and it was brown and turning silver, and this thing is scarred up. It's a survivor ass bear, right? Like it's a bear that has been around, and you can tell it's been surviving hunts before. And yeah, the Strong Boar and the Aurochs heave ho with that with kind of a grin, and everyone's just like, all right, like they still only got 3 things, so we know that they didn't win, but like that's a pretty cool 3 things. So yeah. So everyone is returning from fairly successful hunts. Everyone had an okay day. There were no accidents in the saddle, etc., etc. So everyone is just kind of milling around in the courtyard. Ladies and maidens have arrived from within Highgarden to greet everyone and help them wash up and offer cool wine and stuff like that. And they're all oohing and awing over, how their husband hunted today or how their brothers did and whatever. And Marjorie is listening to Loris's excuses. And Garland is just standing there smirking at Loris and Willis because of the 3 of them. He had like the best day, and yeah. So for the most part, just people are having a good time and kind of chatting each other up and sharing some stories. the Alisane is trying to tell everyone that she and her group did not use any weapons all day, and that she and Nathan and Oris, the Strongboard, and Sir Roland Storm, you know, by agreement, she talked them into hunting the Mormont way, using only their fists and teeth. And she knows nobody believes it, and just everyone's laughing and having a good time. And yeah, you get as a little more of the story unfolds. The bear was in fact finished off with dagger thrusts, as Oris and the Strongboar were both like wrestling and stabbing it, and spears were broken. And they're like jokingly comparing it. They're like, "Let's get another Clegane." Hell, that was easier. And they're giving Nathan Lugas a little shit for it because remember he's a Clegane like cousin. His mother was a Clegane.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So that's why they're all like, just go get Gregor again after today. I'd rather fucking fight a bear. And, so everyone's just chilling. And everyone's having a good time, telling their tall tales and stuff like that. And then you notice Edric Dane, who is not leaping to Beric Dondarrion's defense, as Bryce Caron is needling him, and Renly is pretending that he's gonna change some favorable trade agreement away from Blackstone because he just doesn't know if he can trust Beric with that sort of responsibility after the performance he put on today, and they're fucking around, and Connington's they're giving him shit, but Edric is just staring. He is frozen, like stock still in the middle of their conversation and their needling, and Beric going, "Look, I only missed it by this much," and like coming up with excuses, and suddenly Beric is talking about the last time they went fishing. And they're like, no, and in the middle of that knot of loud and lively speakers, Edric Dane is just standing there like he's been poleaxed. And you follow his gaze.
Oh no.
And you see that Desmera Redwine and Marjorie Tyrell are still seeing after Elia Sand. But Elia Sand is not in her rough and tumble leather and canvas travel clothes with her black hair back in a simple braid that keeps it out of her face while she's riding, and stuff like that. And those three are standing there along with Alisane Bulwer, and they're kind of backed by the Tyrell triplets, as the three Tyrell maidens. That whole little group is hanging out. But Elia Sand is standing there, bathed and cleaned, and with a little bit of blush on, and her hair is in a fancy, artful braid, a partial braid that is also then wavy, and drawing the eye down and over her shoulder to a rather scandalously low-cut gown that is all in fashion this season. It's of a similar cut to the gowns that Marjorie and Desmera and them are wearing, but
I very much want to light up to read her.
So, Elia, though, is also just standing there like this, and she's sulking. She's got her arms crossed, which is actually like probably highlighting her cleavage a little bit because her arms aren't crossed up real high, but she's like pouting. She's standing there miserable, but very much also like dressed up for prom. That is what has Ned
Agog.
a hold person cast on him.
When we cut to action, I have to talk to her. So
there's also one last maiden standing near them, and she looks to be of an age with their lot, but she's about half a head taller than the tallest of them. She is a little more than willowy. right? She's tall. She is tall and slender, and comparatively delicate looking. Very because she looks like she's about their mass, but then taller, right? So she's not, like scarecrow gawky or whatever, but she's left looking very delicate. And you recall that you saw her earlier. She's in the colors of House Lugus. And she's standing a few steps away from the other girls. But yeah, all the maidens are over there kind of oohing and awing and that sort of thing. So Luke is heading that way, it sounds like. Anyone else going right with, or is
No, I
everyone
don't
else
think.
just... Go ahead.
I said no. I don't think I will.
Okay. So
Yeah,
everyone else at least...
I don't think I'm gonna go up there immediately, but I probably will say something later on.
Everyone else is on hold, still not dedicated to any other conversation, right? Sounds like so. Yeah, Luke, you are able to make your way up there handily enough.
Using my best manners, I will extend a hand to Elia.
Elia smacks it and then goes back to crossing her arms. And you get a little scandalized gasp from Marjorie, who is keeping her manners. And then Desmara reaches out and pinches Elia on the back of the arm. And Elia's like, you quit it. And then Desmara's like, remember your manners. This is the first knight that you are speaking to since the transformation.
Transition into lady.
She's like, show what we told you. Like, I don't want to, and it's not a knight, it's my stupid cousin. She says, and then Marjorie goes, and like on cue, all the girls, including the Westerling girls, who are also not quite in the group, but are with the group, right? This is where like all the maidens are. Marjorie goes, and she kind of straightens up, and all the girls kind of straighten up, lift their chins a bit, chests out, shoulders back, and then they do this, perfect little delicate curtsy, all on cue. And then they're all watching Elia, and Elia just goes, yeah. And she just like slumps at you, right? Does a little thing with her hands, but then just kind of slouches in your direction.
Luke will take it.
Curtsy that your knight.
My lady, you do us all a disservice by not attending more functions. I will nod to Marjorie and the rest of the girls who have clearly done a miracle job on this girl.
And she just rolls her eyes at your compliment because it's coming from her stupid cousin, right?
Yeah.
And she's just still standing there looking grouchy. But as you like turn to go, you do hear Desmara and Marjorie like both leaning because they're on either side of her. And they're like, there, see, that could have gone much worse. Now, look, you need to practice which knight would you like us to bring over here? And, right, and they're like, now, come on, you can do better. So they're trying to be, like, reassuring, girly, type of stuff.
And before this happened, it was Edric Dane staring at her. Is that correct?
Yes, Ned is, well...
I'm going to walk in his direction.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's, and kind of straightens up and tries to look around to see what else he could have been looking at.
Ned. I extend a knightly arm to him.
Sir Luke, you rode well today.
To some degree. Do me a favor. Go introduce yourself to my cousin. In a knightly manner.
I am still only a squire, sir.
Oh, then in a squirely manner.
There are a lot of girls over there, though, sir.
Sir?
Tell him Lucaris made you do it as a knight.
And he starts over, He's walking like he's on his way to the executioner's block, right? Like he's
I'm gonna pat him on his shoulder
trying
as
to-
he goes.
and he's making his way over
Be
there.
confident, lad.
He tries to kind of straighten up a little, and he adjusts his sword belt, and then watching past him, you can see the girls are all like, oh, here, they're not saying like, oh, 6 o'clock, right? But they're all like, it moves through the herd, right? That like someone's coming our way. So they all kind of shift and adjust their postures again, and Alisane Bulwer just kind of drifts to the front of the group a little as they're like turning and rearranging. And the girls all curtsy, and there's a little bit of a titter, and someone says, Lord Edric, you look quite nice. And then a half second later, Alisane Bulwer's like, yes, you look quite nice. Like she finishes the sentence for whichever of the older girls started it, and it's all pretty awkward and adorable. And he sketches out a bow to the lot of them, and it's a pretty sharp bow. I mean, he's been pretty. You don't squire for Beric Dondarrion and not learn how to bow right, right? So he's got his courtesies. So he, it's a good bow, and he straightens up and kind of looks a little better after the bow, and is careful to kind of hook his thumb on his sword belt after he straightens up and looking a little cool, a little more knightly, and he's trying to like look around the group and be courtly and polite to all of them, and like fall back on the training of being courtly and polite to everyone, but he just keeps on lasering in on Elia. And then the worst happens. She notices.
Oh,
So she stops crossing her arms, and starts instead to stand like a proper lady, chest out, and all that. And she turns she turns to the side a little bit to get a little bit of a profile. And she's not particularly curvy. She is perpetually cultish, but like she's doing some stuff.
Give her the A cup. She's got it.
So the other girls are all being very gallant and congratulating Ned on being part of the crew. That like they know how to flatter dudes, right? Like that's what they're trained in. And he is politely returning all of it, and like complimenting Marjorie's brother, right? Sir Loras looked fine in the saddle today, my lady, and right, like he's returning compliments by complimenting people's families and stuff like that. But like he is making eye contact only with Elia the rest of the time. Like when he's not directly talking to girl B, right? Like he's straying back to look at girl A. Is that making sense? So like he's trying. He's trying. Anyone wanting to go save him or doom him or
I think I already did that.
Talk to someone
you
else?
absolutely did. The fuck are you thinking, Luke? You're just trying to yank Adam's chain because you did it.
That was not my motive, no.
So, no, I'm gonna let him suffer as long as that takes, but, I'm just blown away. Oh.
Well then, you will be approached, Reyna. A Lucas on your blind side.
Oh no! They're out to get us again.
Wait, which one?
So, Sir Nathan Lugas comes leading his horse up towards you.
He's here for revenge. Watch out.
And you see he's dressed for the hunt. He's gotten rid of his spear to someone, but he's still got his sword on him. And but you
So
see
do
that he had
I.
he has a shield slung over his saddle horn, which
Okay.
is a little
Oh, they
unusual
love
for
their
him.
shields,
Um,
Lucas's.
and he kind of stops a polite distance away, and one hand on his reins, and gives you an awkward bow.
Alright.
Says, "My lady Rhaena, I
Curtsy.
wonder if I might have a word."
Of course, Sir Nathan. Of course. Um, and I cast my eyes about for my siblings.
Yeah, I will.
Bela lingers nearby. So
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not nearby as much as approaching.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
have as much of a neutral impression as Luke can have.
So is Adam gonna drift over also?
Because that was my look around.
Send out the wyvern signal.
If Rhaena's sending out the wyvern signal, he's definitely going to be by her side.
Ah! God!
Bold,
Yeah.
bold and naked and trying to murder us right here in public.
But you made that sound like one of the chicken noises in Arrested Development. Like,
It's like, chop, 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 chop. Is that what a chicken sounds like, Rhaena?
So Sir Nathan kind of
Chicken
lets
don't
out,
go chop, chop.
he lets out a bit of a sigh and kind of looks down and waits because he can see them approaching. And you guys notice that in this crowd that's around and everybody's mingling and chatting, Beric Dondarrion, and you can't miss that cloak, but his dashing hunting cape, his cape is right there. So he's like standing within earshot, but like pointedly looking another way. He just happens to be like nearby, like he's listening in, right? And you guys remember that they are neighbors in the Stormlands. So Sir Nathan waits for all four of you to assemble and gets like a rueful sigh, like, all right, I fucking deserve this. Like, fine, might as well only have to say it once. Great, fine, great. And then he says,
If you make that apologetic, I'll meander that direction.
He says, I was hoping for a moment to look. It's a piss poor wedding gift, so I didn't want to give it to you at the end of the week. And he reaches over and he hauls the shield off from the other side of his horse,
Oh,
and then kind of stops and it's wrapped in leather, like it was for travel, not use. And then he kind of, I'd like to pull my knife from my belt now, and kind of lets out a bit of a self-deprecating grin. He goes, but
Sir
here,
Nathan, go right ahead. We're in
I
polite
seem
company.
to recall the Lady Bela has a particularly sharp bit of steel. So with a kind of rueful smile, he just hands the shield over to you. And this is assuming that Bela's keeping that cool knife on her most of the time, so her gift knife. It's like,
I reach like up into my thigh and I pull it out.
so yeah,
Damn.
it's just like a quick little leather thong that needs to be cut, and the rest of it can be unwrapped. And it's a Tyrell shield. The shield with the sigil of House Tyrell.
Okay.
And it's got a couple marks on it, like it's been in a fight. And as it unwraps, it says, with Sir Conrad's passing this last year, Sir Conrad was his father, the Knight of the House. That means Nathan, for the record, is the Knight of House Lucas now. But he says, with my father's passing, going through his things that are now my things, I come across this, and I know it's a humble gift and could be taken in ill taste, but my father won it from Lord Mace in a melee 20 years back. We kept it like we keep most of them. But I thought if I could give it to you, maybe as a sign that there'll be no further trickery nor feuding from House Lugus towards you and yours, and those you're wedding to, and no, no further mischief from my house is all I just wanted to show.
Sir Nathan, we've never doubted that whatever mischief came out of your house came from you, or that you had anything to do with it. So while I'll accept this gift in the spirit in which it was offered, and thank you.
And Orton's off to the wall, and Marita's a silent sister now, so they're paying for what they did. But I'm glad their plots come undone, and we lost the challenge. Like, you can tell it was hard for him to say that last bit. Like, I'm glad I lost is a hard thing for a knight, a knight to say.
Sir, Lord Ligus, I understand you fought for your family because it was your honor bound to do so. I would expect no less from a knight. I have no ill will towards you, nor the rest of your family or kin. The crimes have been paid for, and I extend him a hand.
A moment, sir. I'm not yet quite finished.
Of course.
The crimes may have been paid for, but the death of your cousin Will in that challenge was the doing of our house. So we owe you something more. Though I'm sure the Will lands flourish now. I've heard Sir Balin's getting along with folk, and I heard that Lady Bela is there sir. Now, well, I know Will Lands is prospering, but we owe you a life. So, if you'll take her and promise to be kind, I've only got the one sister left. And he starts to almost choke up, right? Like, big guy, little sister, and then he kind of nods off to the side, and you see him nodding towards Ludviga Lucas, the tall, delicate, pale girl.
No harm will come to your sister, sir. I guarantee it.
So he's trying to be like, oh, I'm gruff and formal. I'm a Stormlander. But, he's...
Yeah, Luke's the same. It's like...
You guys.
So, if you could just promise you'll not be unkind, you could take Ludviga as a ward and let her see the Stoneway and such.
House Nymaryen would be honored to have her sister as part of our house. And I will make sure that she has a gentle landing. Pointing at Rusty, you can't tell that.
So then he's crossing his arms over his chest and trying to look like formal and stiff and gruff again. But yeah.
Yes, I will also cross my arms because this is how we show affection.
Yeah. That was it then. We can discuss the details later of how long she's obliged to stay with you and all. I know you need to speak to your lord and such, but I've heard how you...
Seven hells. Nathan, come to my wedding, please.
What?
Yes, come. We'll drink at least 3 bastards will be conceived that day. I swear, it'll be a great party. Come on.
I guess I probably probably can. I was just trying to say.
Good. I mean, the guest is pretty full, so if you're busy, it's fine. But
We heard how you lot treated Iris Dannett, and just I think Ludviga will be all right with you. She's not tough like most of us. She was sickly a bit when she was young. I used to tell folk that she took after Orton, but now I just just say she's just less tough than the rest of us.
I understand. And I think she'll flourish at Wyvern's Rest. Or Dannylands. She'll flourish. We're good.
I failed Iris Dennis. I will not fail your sister.
And he just and she's good at the needleworking and she can read and cook, and so she'll earn her keep. She's a good learner. All right.
It's fine, Nathan. It's fine.
You made Luke cry.
It was hard for me to choke up on command, but I did it. Proud of myself. And with that, he waves her over with one of his big, battle-scarred hands, and she makes a little like apology curtsy to everyone and scampers in this direction with this long-legged stride, and then dips in a curtsy that's a bigger curtsy than most, as though she's trying to like minimize her height a little bit, like, and she looks kind of wide-eyed at the four of you.
My lady, I am Sir Lucaris. If anybody were to do you wrong, or you ever feel endangered, please come to me immediately. I will see you're taken care of. I give her a polite bow, and I'm going to step back.
And she just looks from, she gives a curtsy to acknowledge that. She says, I apologize for the actions of my brother and sister, and I hope that through some, and she's kind of glancing at Nathan like for a sign of how long, or, for him to explain, because so for some period of service and dutiful obedience towards your house, we can repay that debt. And she's kind of glancing to Nudis, and isn't giving her a symbol, like he's not like 5 years or whatever. So she's just kind of like waiting for somebody to tell her what has been agreed, is the feeling you get. Like she's stuck in this moment of not knowing how long she is. You know what I mean? So she's like,
yeah, we will discuss this with my Lord Grandfather Makar, and come back with some appropriate time.
Luke's very emotional, so yeah, step up and determine stuff, please.
I was just going to say, my lady, you have nothing to apologize for. It is good to meet you. I hope that this moment will be the start of a better relationship between our houses. And he's looking at Nate as well for that.
And then Nathan's still looking a little gruff. He says, my father was worried about getting me wed, and we was all pouring water down the well of Marita, trying to find her a good match, and Orton just always Ortoned us whenever he come up. But where I'm going with this is we ain't led any work on finding a match for Ludviga yet either. So if the Warden of the Stoneway could take it upon himself to try and help with that. She's of an age. She's bled. She's a woman. And she's like, oh my God, shut up. Right? Like she's like, ugh.
Oh, brother, come on.
She gives him that face like, would you quit it? And he's like she, she's blood now. She's a woman.
Oh my gosh.
But we had just hadn't really uh,
Sir Nathan,
worked at it. Uh,
don't worry.
a canny viewer might see Beric Dondarrion's cloak shaking from a little bit of laughter, still in the backfield and within earshot. he's like, I tried to give this guy etiquette lessons on the ride over here, and fuck, this is what happened. And but so yeah, but Nathan he's in that relieved chatterboxy mode now.
Yes, yeah.
Like, this did not go poorly. Now I need to tell them everything about my sister. And right, so he's seems to be dealing with it pretty okay.
I'm very happy that he's happy, and yeah.
So, all right. We are a few minutes over with that. Are there any particular conversations that folk want to do after Nathan and Ludviga drift away, and stuff like that? Anybody got anything coming up?
Yeah, I mean, like, Adam kind of needs to say something to Luke and wants to, like, slip Loris a letter. They can wait, but, like, he wouldn't leave it till the next day.
Okay. We'll say a letter could be delivered overnight type of thing. So go ahead and you can message me the letter in between.
Okay.
We could do that.
I do have it if, like, reading on stream would be helpful.
We'll handle it next session either way. Just because I don't want to like start that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
But you and Luke are standing right there.
Yeah, Luke's just like a little emotional talking to Nathan and.
Ideally would be private.
So private, like not even the sisters.
Sisters is okay, just like not with like we're just standing right there and stuff. But
Okay, so you could do siblings. Perhaps we might go speak somewhere for a moment, especially you, Luke, or something like that, or like what do we?
He's going to ask for Luke specifically, but he's not going to stop Rhaena or Bela being around. It's because he wants to address that argument directly, basically. So it's not like they unless they heard that argument, they might not get why Adam's.
So it sounds like a somewhat stiff and formal Luke. I would like a word in private.
Yeah.
Then, do Rhaena and Bela consider themselves private, or are they letting the boys go talk by themselves?
Of course we're private.
So the sisters are coming. Sounds like.
Are we?
All right then. You guys are able to find some hallway inside Highgarden that's.
I will pull myself away for a moment to entertain this.
Like I can see you're.
Yes, brother.
I can see you're a little moved by what just went down there. Are you all right to hear something?
I am always all right to hear things.
I would like to address some of what was discussed earlier, and I'm going to try to do so in a calm manner. But I'm going.
Was that before you told me to fuck off?
I believe I said respect you. I think that was my words.
I love how the sisters are both just going, eh? What the like?
Yeah.
Very well. Speak your mind.
I'll address Rhaena and Bela directly. Look, and I had a bit of an argument earlier, and I want to address that. But the information I'm about to say, I suppose, is maybe helpful for you to know too, because there seems to be some misinformation going around. Look, I don't know if you brought up Lynn to hurt me, or just for that, or because it actually bothers you. But nonetheless, I need to tell you some things that I want you to know, lest you feel the need to do it again. I thought you didn't care what we did. You said as much in Lannisport, and if it actually does bother you, I would rather that you said so that I can address it. And you should know that I'm actually hurting quite a bit from what happened between him and I. having it used as a stick to beat me with is very unwelcome. I don't bear him the grudge that you do, and in fact, I was starting to develop tender feelings for him, but he could be very distant and wasn't treating me with the respect I felt I deserved. He could look at me with great desire and affection one moment and then act like I didn't matter at all the next, and that felt awful. For a while, I thought the good things were worth it, and I thought if I was good enough to him that it would change things for the better, but it didn't, and he wouldn't let me talk about it. So I wrote him a letter saying that I didn't like the way he was treating me and asking him to be better because I cared for him and saw signs of him caring for me. I thought he might realise his mistake and treat me better, but instead he left the city without a word, a coward's response, and cruel. And I didn't find
Uh-huh.
out the day. Just a moment. I won't be long. I'm explaining this because I want you to know what happened. My disappointment in him only added to the pain of being essentially abandoned for opening my heart and asking for the bare fucking minimum. And what hurts even more is that I feel like a fool for thinking that anyone would want me without coin or pity being involved. And bless Bela for being supportive and kind when I told her on the road down here about this, but I am still in pain. And despite how much he's hurt me, if he turned up tomorrow here and held out his hand to me, I would take it without hesitation. Despite all of it, I miss him. And I don't regret my time with him, only that I had so little of the time that things were good and that I felt wanted. And it's because I felt that way that I was able to recognise the bad things and know that I didn't deserve them and ask for better. So that's what happened between us. And so now you know that next time you chastise me about it, that's what you're dredging up. So I just want to ask you humbly that even if you cannot understand why I feel for him as I do, that you might at least grant me some grace as your brother with a twice broken heart, just trying desperately to find a love even half as powerful as the ones my siblings have.
Cannot understand. Is that what you think? You think you're the
I,
one who's ever had your fucking heart broken?
no,
You put
that's not.
all your coin in on Lynn Corbray, and you're surprised you get like Lynn Corbray. I
Look,
asked you for empathy for a cousin. You
look,
When you chastise her decisions, I brought Lynn Corbray. That's why you're hurting.
look.
That is it. I get it.
All right, no,
It
no,
sucked.
no, stop.
Raina, this better be fucking good because
Look,
I
It is
have
fucking
words to
good.
say.
You walk
You've
away.
massively twisted my words. I didn't say that you didn't understand having your heart broken. I did not say that. You keep putting words in my mouth. Look, please stop doing that. It's really frustrating and it's not helpful. I'm trying to explain to you that what you said was really hurtful because you were berating me for something that's essentially not my fault.
Raina.
What I criticize Elia for are things that she does,
Look, I
and
don't. I feel like I missed something here, but that's okay.
well, right, he rightly asked me if I genuinely thought that Elia should be removed from Highgarden was me being dramatic. But that
Uh,
I did, but that I stood by my statement that I didn't think she should be here, and that I didn't want to be involved in like having to clean up any mess that she makes. That was all I wanted to say. Luke has taken issue with that, and as a way to berate me, decided to bring up the relationship that I was briefly in as an example of why I'm wrong about Elia for some reason.
All I see is you two hitting each other and hurting each other, and I don't like it.
I, my my having this conversation was literally trying to fix things. I was literally trying to explain that there were more things going on there than Luke knew about, and I thought if he understood that, he might not give me so much shit about it. But that's literally it. I mean, I'm not planning anything hostile towards Elia. I'm going to do my best to ignore her.
He never gave you shit for liking Lynn. But when you brought up your amazing decisions versus her own, I pointed out Lynn Corbray as an example of one not being so great. We all make mistakes.
Look, when did I say my decisions were amazing?
I don't have some sort of audio repeating device on me.
No,
I remember the argument. I remember the conversation.
Look,
You're berating her for bad decisions, and I brought up Lynn Corbray as one of yours.
Shut up. You're still talking.
Yes, I fucking am, and I will. And I'm done with this goddamn family if it means I cannot say what I have to say.
No, nobody's saying you can't say what you have to say. You're interrupting
You just did. You just fucking did.
You're being rude and interrupting me.
Seven help you, Adam. I know your heartbreak is bad. It's not the only one in the goddamn world. And Luke's just walking off.
Look.
Oh my god.
Please stop before you do something you are going to regret. The reason you cannot... The reason...
Quick question is...
The reason you can't...
One second. Does Luke stop?
He's still walking. He's walking very slowly away. He's not like he like fucking dashed like the hedgehog. He is just turned.
Then Ash, continue. I wanted to know if Luke was actually leaving or not. So all right.
The reason you can't give me an example of when I said my decisions were amazing is because I did not say that. You keep putting words in my mouth. I can criticize Elia's actions without saying that mine are perfect.
It's not
yes, correct. Cool.
Oh, great.
Is Luke still walking?
Look, you're just having fights with us all the time.
I'm not going to rehash or fight over the Lannisters after what happened in Lannisport. If that's what you want to do, cool.
Well, fine. Ride away from your problems then. Go ahead. Fine.
Doesn't sound like it's my problem. Sounds like it's your problem that I'm walking away from.
Is Luke stopping, or is Luke talking as he's walking, or what's going on?
I think he's talking as he walks off.
Look, you're the one walking away from three people quietly and calmly trying to reason with you. I think the problem is with you.
I do not recall three people talking. I'm going to stop and turn at this point.
Right then. Okay, well, sisters, would you like to have a go at this because he's not listening to me?
Actually, no. And I don't think anybody else should have a go at it anymore right now. Because you're hurt and he's hurt, and now you're just pulling and pushing, and it's not getting anything done.
But we're not going to get anywhere if, I mean, you heard me talking. I was being very calm. Like, if I can't even explain things calmly without him twisting my words and getting angry with me, well, how are we going to make any progress, Reyna?
Here's the thing. We're not going to, I don't think. But what I think is happening here, based on what little I can figure out, is that your dislike for your cousin Elia has become intense over time.
Well, I think people keep treating it like I just don't like her. She bullies me.
I understand. That's not the point.
Okay.
The point is you dislike your cousin Elia, and because of how she treats you, and it makes you feel bad, so you don't want anything to do with her. That's totally legitimate. That doesn't mean he's turning his back on his family. I look at Luke.
I'm not asking him to. I've literally not asked him to do anything.
My nerves and emotion are raw from wine, sister. I apologize for that.
Reyna, I tried to explain to her, I'm not telling anyone not to interact with her. I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm not saying what anyone should do. I'm just distancing myself from her so that there aren't further explosions coming from me. I'm trying to...
Fair.
This is my way of trying to help.
It's wise, especially in a situation where we're not at home, and...
But what I'm perceiving from Luke is that he sees that as a deep disloyalty, and that he seems to think that I would.
That's how he's feeling it. Yes, I think.
So but I don't think I don't think I'm required to like and be friends with everyone I'm related to.
You're not.
So I'm I don't know what I can do to make him happy.
Luke?
Sister?
What can he do to make you happy?
I don't genuinely know, sister. I know I had, well, I suppose I was underprivileged, but I felt like I had so little growing up. The idea of family and that unity was all I had, as academic as it may have been. When I hear someone use such words against one of our close relatives, it is hard. Hard to listen to.
I understand.
Right. If I agree then to keep those thoughts away from those feelings away from you, would that?
No, that's not the fucking point. This angers me, brother. It is not the expression of the thoughts that. It's the thoughts themselves. It's. I get it. You've had problems with her. I'm not angry you don't get along. I'm angry that whenever she fucks up in the slightest way, which the 7 know she does, you're so willing to get the other side of it. And we have to show more unity than that. We just have to. It's all we have.
Well, look, do you
remember
remember
fucking alone and separate?
Sure. Do you remember when we were at Wyvern's Rest and she and Loris were at each other's throats, and Loris actually got angry with me for not taking his side?
Yeah, I was proud of you.
So why? But I still felt the same way about her then that I do now.
Can I ask you something? Have you apologized to Loris about her and her attitude?
Many times I have apologized to him.
That's the issue.
Well, the thing is, she acted disrespectfully.
Sure. And has no Tyrell ever been disrespectful?
No, but I mean, he has had plenty of chastising from Lady Olenna for his behaviour.
Sure. Lady Olenna never came to us and went, "Sorry, my son's a fuck up."
Well, it's not.
You guys were right to be mad at him.
Well, I mean, firstly, he's her grandson, and secondly, it's not really her place to do that.
You're her cousin.
Like, I was trying to patch things up with Loris for my own reasons as an individual, not as a member of House Nymaryen.
I don't know the details of you and Loris's apology about Elia. It's just the general conversation.
I have done well. I mean, is Nathan Lucas and his sister lesser for apologising for us for their house's actions?
How's the actions were truly foul and incorrect.
Heinous, even.
Heinous. They didn't show up at a party get invited. They tried to have us murder and framed for murder while abusing the Lady Iris. Is that really what you want to compare Elia to? Or Orton Lucas?
You always manage to take the most uncharitable reading of everything I say. I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a bad thing to apologize.
And admittedly, as I said, my nerves are raw from wine and from events. So I do apologize that I'm emotional. But again, you did bring up Nathan, a man who I have been able to, I think, forgive in my heart, but just barely.
All right. Well, okay. Let's pick someone else who has only offended you mildly. You can choose. Go ahead.
Who has shown up at a party uninvited that I've been angry at? I guess Briarine of Tarth. You want to talk about her? I wasn't angry though. I was excited. I thought it was fun. I don't have another example because I'm not angry at people who do as little rudeness as Elia has.
Look, like I kind of feel like every time I try to explain something to you and try to show you that you're being a bit unreasonable, you change the subject so that you can.
I don't believe the subject was changed. You asked me to mention somebody who has offended us in such a way. Who showed up to a party of ours without invitation? Brian of Tarth.
Because it's not about showing up to a party uninvited. It's about
That's who has offended me in such a way as Elia has.
Okay, like was there anyone while you were squiring in King's Landing who repeatedly treated you disrespectfully and treated other people disrespectfully?
Fucking everybody.
Right. So
everyone in King's Landing.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry, the North was coddled you apparently, but everyone in King's Landing, Luke says, like very angry.
Why are you mixing in mean things that are nothing to do with the conversation?
What mean thing did I say to you?
What's the North? The North coddled you got to do with any of this?
You apparently grew up sans anybody ever being cruel to you. I did not.
Excuse me, I don't think you know the slightest thing about what happened to me while I was growing up.
No, I got no fucking idea. I was doing my own shit. No. So you asked, and I explained.
Well, see, there you go. Changing the subject again. My point is, you were being.
How is this a different fucking subject? You asked me. If anybody treated me this way when I grew up in King's Landing, I told you the answer, and you said I changed the subject.
It's because you keep picking.
You use words, but they don't mean anything, Adam. You want to argue, and you want to be right about your arguments, but you don't have an argument here.
That's not true. Luke
walks away at this point. He's done. He's very frustrated. He's very exhausted.
See, that's frustrating out of character that Luke keeps just walking out when he's fed up.
I mean, I don't know. The other option is he screams at you more. Like, I know what you want from me.
Second time that you have said you leave the conversation, so it's gonna happen this time.
Yeah, he's gone.
Luke leaves the side hallway that you guys are standing in, and runs physically into Maester Ferris, who is standing just around the corner.
Luke probably snapping at him, like very out of character of him, but he probably snaps at him because he just ran into a rando. Yeah. The fuck are you? Maester Ferris.
Yes, and he just sidesteps and waits for you to leave.
My apologies, Maester. He's gonna step away and go do it.
Maester Ferris walks around the corner and looks at you three rather sheepishly or embarrassedly, or he's not suredly.
I look at him like he's the fucking Holy Grail.
If only he had some sort of fancy wheel we could all ride and become friends.
Sir Uther Shett of the Vale arrived earlier this afternoon. He was held up on his way here by issues of the Vale, a washed out road, I believe it was. Regardless, on the way here, the final leg of the journey, someone gave him a letter and asked him to deliver it to Adam. And he pulls his hand, he's got his hands in the maester's robes, and he pulls his hands out and has a small, yellowed letter. It wasn't that good. I have a prop. But he pulls out, and it's a fairly compact letter. And he hands it over to Adam. And Adam, you see hastily scrawled on it a stylized crow over the blob of wax that sealed it in the style of House Corbray. And here, I'm going to go out of character. Adam, do you want to read the letter now, or do you want to wait 2 weeks? Because I could see it being uncomfortable for you. Because I could see it more or less comfortable either way.
Wait 2 weeks.
So...
what a question to ask me right now. I'm like, oh shit, we are over time, but fuck, that's,
Okay, we're gonna read it then. If time is your only concern, we're gonna go for it.
By the way,
I got
just
all
gonna-
day to do this
I
shit.
just want to say real quick, like, I'm sorry things
Woo.
got heated. I did not expect them to go that way, so
We're-
sorry about that.
I'm not angry at a character. I'm just telling you.
Roleplay happens. It's all good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Everything's
so,
not gonna be a bed of roses for us. It's just how it works.
uh,
Unless
So
you marry
let's do-
Tyrell.
I'm genuinely frightened of what this says.
Yeah.
do you want Maester Ferris to read it aloud?
Make it read.
Okay. Are you going to read it aloud?
Nobody yet. Not like I'm not even gonna let anyone look over my shoulder right now because fuck.
Okay. So, Maester Ferris, looking surprisingly like hesitant and concerned and worried for you, hands you over this letter, and you open it, and it's small. Like this almost could have been sent by Raven, but it looks like it's just the paper he had to write it down. You get very simply, it says A, like just instead of your name, it's just a fancy A. A, I cannot give you what you need while simply taking what I want. And since you need, while I merely want, better I should simply go and be done with things. Leave me alone, and I shall do the same. You are young yet, and have time to find happiness elsewhere. I pray you do so. L.C.
Who could Elsie be?
Aw, that's
Uh,
way more than I gave him credit for.
So, that is the letter. And I leave it up to Adam if he wants to share it with his sisters. Maester Ferris, who's again looking at you kind of hangdog.
Thank you, Mixer, and please pass on my thanks to Sir Uther.
I will. Should you need assistance preparing a response? Or
I
any-
will not.
any other assistance?
A nice big vial of poison would be nice. But no, sorry. That was entirely a joke. I do not think I will need assistance, but if I decide it requires a response, I will find you.
I could. Milk of the poppy is known to help, as is sweet sleep. If you need, or company.
Oh,
I appreciate that. Thank you. Not right now, but I know where to find you if I have need of those things.
And then he kind of backpedals a few steps, and then looks to Reyna and Bela to make sure he's actually dismissed. Because like they outran, so like you kind of wait a second, but and then off he goes. For the record, Luke, he wasn't walking around the corner when you ran into him. He was standing.
Oh, well, it's still his fault. She
No.
got out of the fucking way.
Yeah. So, I mentioned
Now Luke
it,
did apologize to him.
ooh.
I mentioned it because it might occur to Luke that you're not sure how long he was standing there.
Oh,
All right. So Maester Ferris then excuses himself and walks off.
Adam is going to sort of let that sink in a moment and silently hand it to Reyna. Do you think that requires a response, or do you think I should just not answer?
So open it. Read it.
I mean, like she's also like I mean, I guess also can indicate like both of them are like they're free to look at it. Adam is not seeking Luke's opinion on it.
Right. Toward Bela, you know, kind of. So they can read it together.
You two are more removed from the situation and more sensible, it seems, than I. So,
Well,
what do you think?
from what you told me earlier, it sounded like you needed an answer, and this sounds like the answer.
He
It
asked,
seems so. It's like I summoned it. I mean, do you think leave me alone means don't respond?
leave me alone means don't respond in this instance.
Mm-hmm.
This is him putting the period at the end of this particular story.
And at least I suppose that is preferable to the last few months of silence. But I don't feel good.
It
I
doesn't.
think you suspected this might have been the case. Doesn't
Yeah, I said as much to you that, and
doesn't yeah, it doesn't change sort of the finality and the emotion of finally getting it, but now that you have it.
Yes, I suppose. I mean, you rightly said that. Well, if I can't get the bare minimum, then I'm better off being out of that. But still, sort of feels like my heart might fly away like a bird. And not in a good way. I feel like I might sort of throw up my brain.
I don't think that's how it works, but
I am sorry to draw you into this whole thing, but I appreciate your support. I might not be
perfectly
great.
okay to be a little bit of a wreck right now.
Mm-hmm.
I might not be great company for a little while.
It's fine. If you want company,
I mean, I haven't been exactly sparkling all the way from Lannisport, but like this is an extra dimension to things that yeah, I need a bit of gentle time to deal with that.
Shall we have some food sent to your room?
Yeah, I think so.
And some wine and Lord Renly. and a bottle of olive oil.
Well, that would be lovely. I think Loris would have something to say about that, and I also don't get the impression that Renly has eyes for anyone but Loris.
Yeah.
So, all right then. On that supportive sister note, we will call it. I would apologize for us going a little bit over, but I apologize for nothing. Because
Nothing, and I say nothing.
because we ended up packing an awful lot of drama into that going over time, which was not planned, but I think it worked out in a way that led to some solid RP. So I wasn't gonna try and nip that in the bud. So thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope that you have had a good and safe and healthy and spoopy Halloween. If you're doing anything later on tonight for Halloweeny stuff,
Drugs.
be safe, be careful, enjoy your candies, etc., etc. And I will see everybody back here in a couple weeks for our next session of A Sea and Spears. So
Bye,
thanks
everybody.
for hanging out, everybody, especially hanging out a little overtime for us. So bye, y'all. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.